Hello, hello, hello. JoeHart here. Boy, that's blocking me out, isn't it? Let's I'm going to figure out how to do this stuff. Anyway, hello. My name's JoeHart. I live in Vermont. I'm a person with disabilities, primarily invisible disabilities. I just wanted to say welcome to all the people watching my stream. Welcome. I'm on StreamYard. I'm brand new to it. This is my 10th stream, I think, for StreamYard. And with StreamYard, you're able to broadcast to multiple platforms at the same time. So I'm currently sending it to 6 platforms. I can do up to 8, but I only have 6 so far. And I'm going to test StreamYard for a month. At least, I'm going to purchase it one at a time. So I'm going to, anyway, I'm going to test it for a month and see if it's worth it. So anyway, I just wanted to shout out to Facebook profile. Thanks for watching me. I appreciate it. Facebook page. Thank you for watching it. LinkedIn profile. Thank you for watching it. I've had a few visitors from them, and I appreciate the comments and such. And then, of course, the old standby, the YouTube channel. Thank you very much. You're the foundation of StreamYard, it appears. And then Twitch. I'm new to Twitch. I've had an account. I never did a video ever until I started doing this. And so now I have 4 videos in 3 days or something like that. So welcome, Twitch. I've had a couple visitors from there that, they had creative things to say, but, that's okay. And then especially the 6th platform is Twitter. So I do want to say, I usually tell a story about my mother. I'm the youngest of 9. And we had some challenges in our family. My mother, suffered, from mental illnesses and stuff. But anyway, one of her quotes was always, "I love all 9 of my children the same." And then she would suddenly start screaming at one of us. And then she had favorites. So anyway, I love all 6 of my platforms the same. And I love all 6 of my destinations, is what they're called in StreamYard, the same. But I've been on Twitter the longest. I have the biggest following. Even though this room probably looks, the room in StreamYard, which kind of looks like YouTube, but this may look intimate to people. And I can have a panel. So I've, invited people up and I'm like, oh, it's real safe and intimate and stuff. But I just want to let you know that my Twitter following is rather, sizable. For me, I'm small potatoes, but it's fragmented. There's politics and motorsports. It's all fragmented. But I usually get I never knew this until after my first stream with 6 destinations, and then I went to check out the numbers, and I was like, oh my goodness, there's a whole bunch of people over here. So anyway, thank you, Twitter. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry that you can't make comments. I got in touch with StreamYard a couple days ago, and I was really upset. And I was like, come on, don't you want engagement? Isn't that what you want? So anyway, you can't make comments, and it sounded like there was no ETA on when that would be true. Now Twitter has they have a skeleton crew, so I'm sure it's even less of a priority than it was. So I do apologize. Anyway, yeah, there's been a couple people that had come to my stream, and they're like, well, okay, maybe I'll try to go up on the, and I'm like, it's really small and intimate, but full disclosure, we might have, hello, all the live people, by the way. Thank you for all the live viewers. I appreciate it. If you ever want to make a comment, that'd be great. All the recorded viewers, thank you so much. I'm a live streamer generally, so I'm getting to understand people watching a recorded video. But when and if you do, thank you so much. So I'm going to put my banner back up there, but I think I can make it smaller, or that's what the founder of StreamYard said during one of his trainings. So I'm going to try to figure out how to make it smaller, except I max out. I used all 200 characters. And anyway, I'll try to figure that out. So I like to start with saying, I'm going to probably mostly try to focus on Idaho 4, the gruesome murder of 4 University of Idaho students, 2 21-year-olds, 2 20-year-olds, Kaylee Gonzalez, Maddie Mogen, Nathan Chapin, I think it's Chapin, but I'm not sure. And then Xana Kernodle. I wish they were all John Smith. I'm sorry. That one okay to say. But anyway, I like to send out thoughts and prayers to the 4 victims, families, loved ones, friends, the school, University of Idaho, the community, Moscow, Idaho, the county, Latah County, Idaho, and the state of Idaho. And, you know, especially, or I'd like, not especially, but they're a big priority is the law. I don't know how anybody looks at the picture. I guess I never look at the camera. Hello. I'm looking at it now, so I assume you can see my eyes, and I'm looking straight at you. But I don't quite. I'm new, so I'm still trying to learn all the things. But anyway, I'll try to figure out how to look at the camera. I know you're supposed to do that. So anyway, I would hope everybody, you know, just I don't know what your beliefs are, and I don't, you know, everybody can choose whatever their beliefs are, but if you are inclined to do thoughts and prayers or something along those lines, I think it'd be good if we could all just send juju out to everybody. And then StreamYard 6 destinations. This is my 10th StreamYard, and I'm always testing. I know I have gotten some feedback about, you know, Joe, you really ought to put a description and then do what the description says. And I'm going to certainly try to do that, and I'm going to certainly try to get better. But I feel right now, and, you know, I don't have but, you know, a few days ago, I had the free StreamYard, and I did, I think 5 streams. And then I was like, okay, I better try these multiple destinations. And so if I went to the first level, I could have had 3 destinations, but I wanted to go to the 3rd level because I had 6, and you could go up to 8. So I'm a person with disabilities. I don't have a job. I'm on SSDI. I have limited income. I have no discretionary, I have no discretionary money. So this really has to be worth it. And I try to be full disclosure, and I don't want to hide and say, oh, I'm doing this to make the world better. I mean, I want to monetize. So I know that irks some people, but I'm not going to, I'm going to be full disclosure. So anyway, I'm going to try to test it. Hopefully I can, they have a 7-day refund policy, but I can't learn anything in 7 days. And I think 30 days is going to be a little tough. So I do apologize for the influx of a lot of videos. I am probably going to try to do 1 or 2 videos a day for all 30 days, and then decide if I should cancel or renew for another month because I can't make the decision yet, or buy the whole. Anyway, it's 40. The level I'm on is 40. It's the 3rd level, but the 2nd paid level is $49 a month if you pay monthly. So I'm going to pay that, and I don't really have that, but I'm going to creatively find it somewhere. And then if I decide to stay at that level, I would probably want to try to pay for the annual, because you save 3 months. You pay for 9 months and you get 3 months. But that's $469. And I definitely don't have that. So anyway, I think that was my long explanation of I'm always testing. And I feel a little urgent these days. But by the way, welcome to all the live people. I don't know, again, Facebook profile, Facebook page, LinkedIn. I know I can't be everything to everybody, and I know each platform is different. They have their own little things about them. So I know it's going to be tough or almost impossible to address 6 platforms at the same time. But I'm going to try, and I apologize, but I'm going to try. I think 3 of them. Let me see. Let me go back to comments. But feel free if you want to make any comments, or it's fine if you lurk also. But I wrote 1 comment, and it wrote it 3 times, and it went to YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook page. So that might be the only 3. Let me see. If I click on my all for comment, Facebook profile is, lightly grayed out, so I can't choose it. LinkedIn is lightly grayed out, and Twitter is lightly grayed out. I assume that means I can't write to them, and then that probably means they can't write to me. Except I did get LinkedIn. I hope throughout the month, I hope someone refers to me. Anyway, I want to get going on the topic. I wanted to do all the intro stuff before it really got bigger here, and it's intimate here. I'm not too concerned about that stuff. But anyway, let me just see if I can figure out this banner. Is that edit? Okay. So I've shown that before. And before, my name would move up above this. And my name doesn't currently. I watched the StreamYard video. I've watched a couple. I've watched training videos from StreamYard about how to use StreamYard. That's the kind I mean. And I've watched a couple of them, but one in particular was the founder, Gage, I think, Geige. And he definitely mentioned you can put up a banner and then you can make it a smaller font. And I don't readily see that. I probably don't want to spend too much time on it. And Brian, I'm still nervous. I know one of my mods have told me, you can go over the, you don't have to go live. You can train over in the recording studio and just, I guess, I don't know if they told me this, but then you would just delete it. You would just do the recording and then, you learn and stuff. So I do apologize. I naturally do most of my testing live in front of persons, but I do try to, if I'm only going to test, I kind of do put that in. Anyway, what I'm going to probably try to focus on, and again, thank you for all the recorded, the recorded. By the way, if anybody could make a comment, just anything. I'm a little concerned. There's been a lot of flux in and a lot of flux out, and I get nervous. I think that people can come and go all they want, but I'm concerned about my end. So if you could just make a comment, then I go, oh, okay, then, but I just want to make sure that my Wi-Fi is working and it's fairly stable and that kind of stuff. I'm not I love comments, but I'm not fishing for a comment. I'm just saying that. So, okay. I guess I'll leave that up for now, but it's probably going to block most of the views. But let's see what happens here. I'm going to go to present, and then it says share screen. And I'm going to share screen and Chrome tab. So it says that. So I think that's going to share. That's little. Well, it's not anyway. What I hope to show, the video I have, and I'm sorry I didn't get any time marks. I'm just flying by the seat of my pants. So I do apologize. I've live streamed a lot in a lot of different platforms, but this is anyway. Thank you for coming along for the ride. But this raw video is 13 minutes and 3 seconds, which I think is not that long. When people stream for 2 or 3 hours, I think it's okay to watch something for 13 minutes. I was on anyway. The video I have, it looks like it came from ATS News, which I'd love to give her credit. I sent her a text, so I haven't heard back from her yet, but I hope I can say that. And I was in CDT's stream, which I think those two do a lot of coordinating. And people are like, hey, can you send us the master list and the link? And she immediately dropped it. So I think that kind of implies that we can use it. But anyway, okay, so let's see here. So I'm going to start it. I'm going to probably, you know, I have trouble multitasking, so I'm going to be focusing on the comments to start. They're a little slow right now. Feel free to send anything in. I'd love to see LinkedIn. I'd love to see Facebook page. It looks like Facebook page can comment, possibly, but I don't know that for exact sure. But I think sorry. Facebook page can receive comments. Oh, everybody I can receive comments from except Twitter. It's got an asterisk. So all of them but Twitter I can receive comments. I can only write back to Facebook page, YouTube, and then I guess Twitch. So that's what. Yeah, I guess it's only me that can't send it to them. Anyway, I'm going to just start this. You know, some of my streams can be all over the place. Some are pretty good and focused, and some are, you know, intense, and some are, you know, I just do various things. That's why I like comments. I kind of respond to the people that are watching me. Again, thank you, Twitter, for watching this, and you know, and feel free to send me DMs. Feel free to send me tweets, you know, with comments that I can, you know, comments or questions or theories or whatever you want, and we can get to that. You know, I can do that later. So yeah, I'm going to start this. This room is currently quite intimate. If, like I said earlier, I would love if someone could, if there is anybody out there and available, if you could just make a comment so I could at least get the idea, you know, just put a 1 in it, or, you know, 2 or 5, or, you know, just anything, just so I know my end is working. Y'all can come and go as much as you want, and of course you can, of course. It would just be good to see a comment, and I'll get excited about that one. So, okay, I'll do, okay, I'm going to just, like I said, I'm going to start it. The first part, and I don't have a timestamp, but I would guess the first 30, 40, 50 seconds is the police outside, and they're talking and casing the joint, you know, that kind of stuff. So it starts a little slow. Anyway, I would like to watch the whole thing. And again, I'm sorry I don't have timestamps, and I'll get better at this, but I currently don't. So I do apologize. So I'm going to start it right now.
Hey ladies, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good.
We're not actually. I don't know. No, I don't.
They're for noise. Yeah, they did.
Get on the damn door.
Hey, who's the owner, or who lives here?
I can go get them real quick.
Okay, thank you.
$453,000 in affiliate commissions in 60 days. Without Amazon, Shopify.
As police, of course, still looking for answers over a month after 4 University of Idaho.
Okay. So I just wanted to pause it. I'm fairly certain of a couple of players in this video. It's a, and this is to my best of my knowledge, it was a noise disturbance report to the cops about the house where the 4 victims died. So that they're going to 1122 King. I guess there's a fight, you know, there's Team King and Team Queen. you know, by a map, it looks like the house is on Queen, but I think officially the address is King. So and I also heard that its address completely changed. You know, years ago, it used to be 500 Queen, and then it became 1122 King or something like that. Anyway, this is the crime house. And like I said, I'm fairly sure of the players. I don't like to be not 100% sure. So anyway, Maddie is going to be at the end. We don't see her. We just hear her on the phone. It's probably the last, I don't know, you know, I'd guess the last 2 minutes or something like that. But when they first knock on the door, which is right now when I just stopped the video, basically 2 women open the door, and I think there's one on the left and one on the right. And the one on the left, I do believe, with the longer blonde hair, most viewers have said that's Bethany, or that's probably Bethany, which is one of the 2 housemates on the first floor that survived. So, and anyway, she, you know, the cops were frustrated, and the people inside of the house weren't super nice, but they said, "Do you live here?" or something like that. And she said, "I'll go get them." So she didn't say, "No, I don't live here. Let me go get them." She just says, "Let me go get them." And I noticed, you know, I'm guessing she probably did that because she wasn't 21. I mean, the whole thing's pretty messed up. I mean, you know, I don't know if y'all seen Apocalypse Now, but you know, there's the scene of, hey, do you know where the commanding, you know, where's the CO, where the commanding officer is? And they got all those answers. They're like, nope. And then one was, I thought you were the commanding officer. And you know, so there's no one in charge of this house, supposedly. But anyway, first 2 women that open the door. One of them, I'm pretty sure, is Bethany. She didn't really lie. She didn't say, "No, I don't live here. Let me go get them." She just said, "Let me go get them." And you might hear someone say Kaylee at the beginning of that transaction, because you know people know Kaylee lives there, and so they. But anyway, they closed the door several times, and the cops were outside for a couple of minutes each time, and it's pretty interesting. But I'd like to just go through it. Muffy Dragon Slayer, how are you? Thanks for coming. Thanks. I'm just doing the hey Muffy, how are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for following me, and thanks for being here. That was quick. I mean, you followed, you know, yeah, thank you so much. So anyway, I'm just going over as you could see it there, oh golly, what happened there? Let me try that again. Of course. Well, thanks, Muffy. Muff. Okay, so I don't know, what did I change there? Let's see here. So I'm going to go back to it. So new body cam, and I just you know, I just told people, let's see, let me get that. Woo, doggy. There's a lot of learning going on here. Okay. Nope. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm good to see you too, Joe. Well, thanks, Muffy. I appreciate that. And feel free to come and go. I usually talk too long, and I do some testing and such. And, you know, I can probably do a panel and stuff later and stuff like that. I do like to be full disclosure. I am presenting at the beginning of this video. I said I'm streaming to 6 different destinations, 6 different platforms. And one of them is Twitter, amongst all the others. I'll shout out all 6 of them. You know, but anyway, I just like you know, there's a few people like, okay, I'll come up in your panel, but I'm a little shy and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, see how intimate it is? You know, it only says 3 people and stuff. And I know YouTube is slow and steady, but Twitter, I have an established base. It's, you know, for small potatoes. So there's probably 200 or so viewers on Twitter now. So it's 3 plus 200. So anyway, just full disclosure. So when you think you're in an intimate room, you're not really in an intimate room. So anyway, again, shout out to Twitter. I am so sorry you can't make comments. I really appreciate you watching. Please feel free to DM me or tweet me any information if you want to send me a question or statement or theory. I'd love that. And I'm sorry you can't post comments. So anyway, so this is the body cam of September 1st when the cops were called to 1122 King Road, I think. I'll follow you on Twitter. Thanks, Muffy. I would appreciate that. When people follow me, I most likely follow you back, but I can't follow you on the main account. You know, when all those Russian bots were taken off of Twitter, I lost 15,000 bots. I didn't know I had bots, but now my followers and followings are too skewed that I won't be able to follow anybody for 5 years, but I have 2 other accounts. So I'll probably follow you from another account. So yeah, thank you. So anyway, so this is, I'm going to go back about 5 seconds, but it's okay, Joe. Cool. Thanks. So, I'm going to go about 5 seconds. Muffy, have you seen this video? Cause, there are, I guess the audio was released sometime yesterday, which I didn't catch it currently. And then the video was anyway. Anyway, I'm going to move back about 5 seconds on the video. And when the cops knock on the door and the first 2 people that open the door, there's someone with curly hair and someone with blonde hair. And I'm 90% sure that the blonde hair woman is Bethany. You have not. Oh, it's pretty interesting. And now it's 13 minutes and 3 seconds. And I hope I go through all of it. But if I stop at this much, we might go on for hours, but, which I usually do. But, so yeah, this was September 1st. So it's 2.5 months before the crime. And there's a loud party. It's a noise disturbance. And the cops were coming to check out the house. The cops weren't super nice. The people inside the house weren't very nice. They were saying, we don't know who lives here. Well, yeah, no one that lives here is here. They're at another party. And so they would say, let me go get him. And they close the door. So every time they interacted with the cops and stopped, they closed the door with the cops on the outside of the door, which I've interacted with cops a lot, but I don't think I'd ever close my house door on them. But, so anyway, first 2 people, they knock on the door. I think the blonde on the left is Brittany, and she doesn't lie necessarily. She just doesn't tell the whole truth. They say, do you live here? And she says, let me go get them. That's all she said. She didn't say, no, I don't live here. Let me go get them. She just said, let me go get them. And I assume she did that because she's under 21. And then somewhere within 10 seconds of that, most people hear someone yelling Kaylee because they know Kaylee lives there. And then way later in the video, probably, I have no idea. I don't think the whole 13 minutes is the whole, it might be the whole time, but they finally talked to Maddie on the phone, and they don't really say where Maddie is. I mean, of course, but I think Maddie's inside the house calling the cops as if she's at another party. It's anyway, it's college kids, they're college kids. They do stuff, So anyway, okay, let me go back to the playing field here, and I will
Hey, who's the owner? Yeah, they did.
Get on the damn door.
Hey, who's the owner or who lives here?
I can go get them real quick.
Okay, thank you, please.
This is what the other group had that ran away.
Oh, really?
So I'm pretty certain that was Bethany. Again, she didn't lie. She just told a half truth.
Just did shit. Awesome. So those ones kept walking in the car, and the other one grabbed the back corner. Hey, the property. Take that back. There's a lot of fucking alcohol in there.
Mm-hmm.
Monster one. I said, why? I don't know what sorority lives here. You got an 1122. Yes. That's what it is. Blend into the darkness. Yeah. They're not going to come back. You think I'm going to leave? I saw that. We're only here for a noise complaint. Come to the damn door. Teach you how to go. Start the search. I just rang the doorbell. Whoever lives here needs to come.
So, let's see here. Exit from. Anyway, I'm trying to do the best I can as far as being 100% correct with what I say, but I mean, there's so much information, and I'm so overwhelmed with trying to learn how to live stream and stuff that I wouldn't say I'm 100% true. You know, I don't. But anyway, I'm pretty certain that bedroom they just looked at. It's okay. I just ignore them. I'm really good at that. Yeah, Muffy. I'm pretty good too. But I was like, oh, what the hell? How'd they post it 8 times? So yeah, cool. Thanks. Anyway, I'm pretty certain that the window and the curtain that they looked in, I'm pretty certain that was Bethany's room. And the last day or 2 or 3, I've been hearing some rumblings, and this isn't me. These are speculating and, you know, hypothesizing and stuff. But I've heard that it's highly possible that Bethany's room was storage, and I haven't heard anybody's guess really of what that means. I mean, does that mean she would be, you know, sleeping with the other one with Dylan, or if she'd be sleeping in one of the 2 empty bedrooms, or she would, I don't know what it means. But so anyway, those golf clubs, with what brief time we saw, it kind of looked like it was kind of storage, but I mean, we can't really tell. So anyway, just, I hope to not stop it very long. And by the way, if you want to comment, if anybody in the crowd wants to comment about the tape, feel free. And you know, if we might, it's okay. I just ignore them. I'm really good at that. Oh, you heard that too, that her room is storage. And by the way, since some of the people out there haven't been in my stream before, you know, I am disabled, primarily invisible disabilities, and synapses don't always work. So I ask sometimes that you put context, especially when I get behind. When this room gets busier later tonight, I'll get behind in comments because I have to address every one of them, and I get way behind. So it's always good to hear context. I understood what yours meant, Muffy, just because. I like, for example, I could ask you all a question and say, hey, do you think, you know, whatever, do you think Adam is a real person, or, you know, whatever the question is. And I start getting answers in 10 seconds. I might go, hey guys, could you remind me what I just asked you? What was the question? You know, what did I just ask you? So, I mean, that's an extreme case. So anyway, just, so if I got and this is just an example. I think your comments are fantastic. I'm just, you know, letting people know how to do things. You're doing a great job. Thank you, Muffy. I appreciate that. So if I was, you know, like later tonight, and again, everybody can feel free to come and go, you know, there's such time commitments, these 2-hour long marathons or 3-hour. I mean, you know, in Meerkat, I did a 24-hour marathon or more. So I can do them and blah, 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 blah. So anyway, if I get behind in comments, which I will do later, just as an example, I'm not picking on you. I love your comments, but you would say, I heard that too about Bethany. You would just, and again, if you're going to write, if anybody's going to write less comments because they don't want to put context in it, then I would rather get the comments without the context. But I like to engage. I like to relate and say, oh yeah, I agree with you, Muffy. Instead of going, oh golly, what was she? What what was I referring to and what she referring to? So anyway, I went on too long. So let's go back to the video and see if they're gonna open the damn door. Now it's at 3 minutes and 13. It's 3 minutes 15 seconds out of 13 minutes and 3 seconds. So I am betting that Maddie on the phone really is the last 2 minutes of it. So it's not the climax to the phone, but everybody wants to hear her voice and stuff. But anyway, okay, I'll hit go.
Talk to us, or we're going to start doing a lot more than just deal with
I will
noise.
go tell them.
Yeah, just tell them to come to the front door. We'll
Front
deal with the
door?
noise complaint, and we'll leave. Yep, thank you.
Yep.
Get that second too.
Come to the door, guys. Send whoever lives here down to the door. Not leaving. We can also see you.
Yeah. For the most part. They're scared.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So I just looked for everyone that lived here, and they're not here right now.
No one's here that lives here at all.
No one's here that lives
So
here.
everyone here's trespassing?
Well, no one's here that's trespassing, but no one that lives here is here right now.
So where'd they go?
They're just not here. I have no clue where they went. No clue.
So you guys just throwing a party in their house at this
They were
time?
here
And
at one point. They're not here right now. I just searched all the rooms.
They left and went over to some other party, and everyone is about to
I
leave
just
and
searched
go
all
over
the
to
rooms
another
and looked
party.
for them.
Who does live here? What are their names?
I am actually not sure. I live across the street. I just came over. I haven't drank a drop.
Male, female?
I think it's mainly females. I think it's like 4 females.
What sorority are they affiliated with?
I don't know.
I don't know if they're associated with it. I don't know.
So I guarantee you they're associated with the sorority. As many of them are living here. It's an off-campus sorority house. I've been a cop for 22 years here. I'm not stupid. Don't play dumb games with me. I'd rather deal with this as a noise complaint than getting a hold of the Greek council and the Greek board and all of that, and the students and playing all these stupid fucking games.
Do you?
I don't know. I don't know.
Quick question. Do you
Because I
want us,
guarantee you there's a lot of underage drinking because they left their alcohol behind.
do you want us to try and get a name or a phone number and
If
we
you
can
could.
call someone?
We just need to talk to somebody who lives here, because otherwise I have to be under the assumption you guys are unlawfully entered because no one who lives here is here,
Okay.
right?
We'll go.
So I need to verify that there was a party here.
We'll
Now
go
everyone
We'll
left.
go get a
so
phone
thank
number.
you.
We'll be right back.
Thanks,
Sorry, we're
guys.
not trying to make your life.
I understand. I just letting you know this is how it's going to play out. I'm not going anywhere until I talk to
No, we're
somebody.
not trying to
We'll do right
just
back.
know.
You guys mind just leaving the door open for us? That way we can get some sort of communication between us and them. We're not going to come in.
Here right now. So
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I
No
do. I
worries.
do.
And hey guys, really, we're just coming here for noise complaint. So we understand y'all drinking.
Right? Reason, I apologize for no one coming to the door. The issue is we were trying to find the
everyone's kind of freaked out because cops are here. You guys are having a good time, right?
Well, I mean, I've been at another house before and I went out and talked to the cops, but I wasn't the resident, so they just told me to go back inside, basically. So
no worries. So, hey, just go ahead and get the contact. Thanks, man.
We'll be right back.
All right.
And yeah, that was really funny. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure you probably noticed. I get distracted. So when I'm a viewer, I get distracted by everything going on, like the comments. So I may not follow the video that's being shown. So I don't know if you noticed, the cops asked the two men to leave the door open so that they can have some sort of communication. And I think one of them said, yeah, okay, or yeah, or something like that. And I think they both said, yeah. And then, of course, when they finished the conversation, they closed the door on them. And I think it happens a third time. So I think I've interacted with cops many dozens of times. So I would never close the door on the cop. But and also it seems like, I go to allegedly Brittany, and I go to a lot of streams, and it seems like there's a lot of people that are unaware of the Greek system. But those two men, I'm sure, are in fraternities. I mean, he was talking about the dean of, the school, and, he was basically threatening them. But I know the only words that they responded to was when he said Greek council, because Greek council is serious. You can, I mean, if you're seriously really bad, you could lose your charter, which is not cool. But, you can be put on, double secret probation, like Animal House. You can get they closed the door. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, we'll leave it open and then bam, so yeah, it's funny. Now, I think we're at 7 minutes. Anyway, I get nervous that people can't make it through I hope it's okay that we do this whole, and we can watch it again too. But okay, it's at 7:29, so less than 5.5 minutes.
And don't tell me this isn't a fucking off-campus story house.
I was seriously the same thing. Take all the campus back. Have a nice day.
They threw a big ass party with underage drinkers, and they all left and went to come to the Gold Center and cooperate together. Here are the names of the people who were there. Their vehicles were there. There's a party somewhere.
Yeah, their music got real quiet. Real fast. Noise complaint done.
The only one that I hear.
Yep.
They said they're going to the park. Guess what?
Huh?
Start dumping alcohol.
Good to go.
They abandoned property. White Claws? White Claws. You're going to be so angry at me.
Hey, allegedly, it's nice to have you. Yeah, we're just going through the BodyCam. I'm sure you've already seen it. Allegedly, you're always. I mean, I'm getting most of my information from you, but in the last, I'm sure you've seen this. It was released like yesterday or today, or it's all a blur to me. But it's the BodyCam of the cops that had to go to 1122 King Road or Street, the crime house. This is the crime house, and it's about a noise disturbance. It's at about 8 something at night, I think 8:40 at night, which is pretty early to have a noise disturbance charge. But I don't have the exact time in front of me. But anyway, it's like 13 minutes, 3 seconds. But I don't know if there's a dead weight in that. But anyway, so yeah, I just wanted to say hello and stuff. So anyway, I will. I always go to the 8:47. So there you go.
They're cold too, man.
Yeah, these are cold.
Open one.
Hello.
You do that. Learn that from a college kid.
All right, Josh. Jordan, you talk to
Yep.
Maddie.
This is one of the owners of this here. She's on the phone right now.
Hi, this is Officer Welsh from Moscow Police Department. Who am I speaking with? Maddie, 1 second. Let me turn the volume up on this phone here.
People want to be dumb. Jordan, you talk to
Yep.
Maddie.
This is one of the owners of this here.
I want to get that timestamp so I can be a little better if we ever see it a little later. So 8:10. 8:10 is Maddie, front and center. No, it's not. She's not front and center. Okay, there you go.
Right now.
Hi, this is Officer Welsh from Moscow Police Department. Who am I speaking with? Maddie, 1 second. Let me turn the volume up on this phone here.
People want to be dumb.
All right, can you hear me, Maddie?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Do you live at 1122 Queen Street?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, hey, the reason that we're here is
as you all know, I mean, most of y'all know, I like to preface everything. So I'm not a big fan. I'm going to show this thing in entirety, and I'll probably show it multiple times in entirety. But I don't like that her private information is broadcast over this thing. I don't know exactly who got this video. I think you can apply for that FOIF or whatever it is, Freedom of Information thing. And I think anybody, I mean, you don't have to be media. I think anybody can apply for it and anybody can get it. But anyway, I'm not a big fan of her middle name and her birth date. You know, that stuff. But I don't know how to blip that out. I'm sure there is a way to blip that out. But anyway, just to let you know, that's I'm not a big fan of that. But I'm going to show it all. So
that we received a noise complaint of loud music, partying. Okay. Once we approached the house, people started running away. They left a bunch of alcohol behind. We're not even coming for alcohol. We're coming for the noise complaint. And then we sat here for approximately 10 minutes trying to knock on the door. No one would come to the door until these two gentlemen came down and actually answered the door. So right now, if I can, I would like to collect your information, your name, number, your date of birth, and I'm guessing, and I want your current address at also as well, okay?
Yeah, sounds good. I'm so sorry about that.
It's okay. So let me go ahead and what's your first name? Maddie?
It could be maybe.
And how do you spell that, Maddie?
My legal name is Madison. It's Madison.
Yeah. I was watching CDT earlier today, and she's great. I love her. I've tried to ask her permission to send people to her stream, and I haven't fully. Anyway, I'm sure she will. I just asked her if she saw my tweet, and she said, "I'll look for it, JoeHart." So anyway, she has a great map of the area, and I think I've seen the map before, but it didn't register. But today it registered. So from what I could understand from the map, which it was really clear, So according to the map, the house is pretty comfortably on Queen Street. It is pretty comfortably on Queen Street. The dead end that everybody turns onto to go by their house, that's Queen. And then you can turn. There's another turn, and both those roads are Queen. And then King is not super near, but it's touching Queen. So anyway, Maddie, when Maddie gives her information, she's going to say King. But I heard there's, Joe, did he say the address as Queen Street? Yeah, I guess you probably typed that before I started talking. I didn't hear what he said, but he probably said Queen because and obviously you would hope the cops would know what the address is. But anyway, I've heard all sorts. I mean, I've heard the house, is currently 1122 King Street, but it used to be like 500 Queen Street. I heard it was a different number totally. But anyway, there seems to be some confusion about what the address is. But Maddie, and I might get this wrong, but I think Maddie really clearly says 1122 King Street. So anyway, there is certainly discussion about it. And Kelly is awesome. Anyway, I want to get her approval. Allegedly I was talking about someone, and he was like, "Oh, is it Kelly? Oh, she's so busy." And I was like, I didn't say, I have no idea who you're talking about, but I had no idea who allegedly was talking about. And I like to call people. I mean, her account is called CDT. So I want to call them CDT until I'm told otherwise, that I can call her something else. And I know she's super nice. I'm sure anyway, I just like to honor that. So anyway, I hope that answers it. Queen Street, did he say that? Yes, anybody can get open information. Joe, did he say the address is Queen Street? Oh, thank you for the context. Thank you. See, yeah, that's it. But I understood both. And I was talking about the first before I got the next one. And then, oh, wow, that's weird. I assume that's about the king and queen. So, yeah, it's kind of weird. Yes, you would think the police would know where they are if they get a disturbance, if they get a noise disturbance report. I would hope they know the legal, formal address of where they're at. That's a funny way to put it, Muffy. Where am I anyway? But also, Maddie is paying money. I mean, when I've seen this in other streams, people are like, why'd they pick Maddie? Why does she have to be? And again, general consensus in those streams were that, Maddie is probably she's 21 first. So they would want to get one of the 21-year-old housemates to talk to the cops. And I don't know how many that'd be. That would be Kaylee. And back in September 1st, she lived in the house. So Kaylee or Maddie are, maybe one of those. You are very respectful, Joe. Thank you, Muffy. I try to be. And I just feel, like I've been told by several people, like, oh no, that's how they grow. You can promote all other channels. And I'm like, nuh-uh. I need them to write me and say, it is okay if you promote my channel. Now, Gail, okay. So anyway, I did mention her channel. So, but I sent her a tweet, and today in the stream, I said, did you get my tweet? Or did you see my tweet? It's not really a DM. So I said, did you see my tweet? And she said, I'll look for it, Joe. So that's almost like saying, well, I tried. So now I can start mentioning her. But I expect to hear from her within a day or two or three or four. So, it should be pretty good. So anyway, that is, I think it'll be interesting about the address to find out, I'm sure some, if we don't get any information, people are grabbing at straws at what the topic is going to be for the stream. So I'm sure we will see a stream that is like, 1122 King, 500 Queen. What is the official address? And then we'll see, find out the history and how it evolved and stuff. But anyway, yeah, it's kind of weird, the whole thing. So, okay, let's go back to it. I think we're near the end. Let's see. What do we got? 10:24. So it's 2 minutes and 37 seconds. If I don't stop it. Uh-oh. I keep clicking on the wrong thing. Here it goes right now.
What's your middle name, Madison?
May, M-A-Y.
What's your last name?
Mogen, M-O-G-E-N.
M-O-G-E-N?
Yep.
Okay. What's your date of birth, Madison? Okay. And what's your current address?
1122 King Road.
Okay.
I'm a student.
And are you a student at U of I?
Yep.
Okay.
I will graduate with a bachelor's. I'm still getting my master's.
All right, Madison. So here's the deal. Okay. They've already said that no one here lives, none of the occupants that live at this address are here right now. So now you have a house full of random people. You need to let them know that the noise needs to come down. Okay. We just received a noise complaint. We want that music turned down. And we don't want to come back again tonight. If we have to come back again tonight, then there's going to be even more problems. Okay.
I see both sides.
No, you good. I'm just frustrated. I'm also so sorry once again.
I understand. Okay. It's just, I mean, if I were you guys, I'd probably just come home and make sure that whoever is partying here is keeping it down to a minimum. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna pick all of them.
I can't hear what she says about she's frustrated. And then the next thing, I don't get what she says.
The noise needs to come down. Okay. We just received a noise complaint. We want that music turned down. And we don't want to come back again tonight. If we have to come back again tonight, then there's going to be even more problems. Okay.
I see both sides.
No, you good. I'm just frustrated. I'm also so sorry once again.
I understand. Okay. It's just, I mean, if I were you guys, I'd probably just come home and make sure that whoever is partying here is keeping it down to a minimum. Okay.
I don't know what she says. I hear something like, I'm party once again, or something like that. And I mean, she's on a cell phone, so things are going to drop out from the call. But the two boys said she was at another party. So yeah, anyway, I always like to hear, what are they saying? And that address thing is bizarre.
Yeah,
right.
We're gonna pick all of them.
Okay. So at this point, we're going to leave. Okay. And again, if I have to come back later tonight, like I said, I just want to express that there's going to be some citations given out. Okay.
Okay, very clear. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. You enjoy your evening. All right.
You too.
Bye. All right, man.
And so, yeah, I'm sure the God, the poor dog, so chaotic. Oh yeah. I mean, and I'm you know, I never want to victim shame, and I don't think I do. My purpose of so many things that I talk about is I think it expands the, for example, I think Kaylee, I've seen all 4 victims, TikToks, and all 4 victims' Instagrams. And, Kaylee's the most active and the most followers and the most views and stuff. But, anyway, I think it expands the possibilities of, like, if she's on TikTok and she may be not wearing a winter coat, that she's not as, completely dressed as she could be with a winter coat. Someone can watch, it's probably mostly men watching her, and, they like her, and then they're attracted to her, and then they become infatuated with her, and maybe they're local and they talk to her and they get rejected, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I from day one, of watching, and again, I'm not victim shaming. Kaylee was 21. I do believe Kyle D. I'm pretty sure not Kyle. What's his name? You know his name. There's 3 of them. Jack. Okay, so Jack D. There is a Jake, but Jack D, I think, was 22. Everybody's saying, "Oh, he's 26," and they're wrong on that. That was wrong. But he's 22. So anyway, a 21-year-old and a 22-year-old isn't super old and it isn't super responsible. Plus, they're sharing a dog, and so anytime they're going to have a bickering amongst themselves, they might. They were kids. Yeah, for sure. They might. How some divorces, the kids are used as pawns, and I divorced, and my daughter never was she was like, wow, you two really know how to do this stuff. And we're like, yeah, we don't want to affect you. But anyway, the TikTok where, Kaylee is grabbing Murphy's 2 front paws and then she starts dancing with them. And I'm like, oh golly, that poor puppy. So, and I know that's judgmental, that doesn't expand the number of possible suspects. I think the TikTok definitely expands them. They talk about, and I'm sorry, I'm getting on my tangents, but I'm sorry that they talk about, I wish they wouldn't. I don't know how to express it, but somehow I'm pretty upset they're talking about a stalker. I think the word stalker is overused. I think, I think people say, oh, they're creepy and they're, this and they're that. And I think there's a lot of men in particular may not get the message, or they might not get the signal from a woman. So they're trying to interact with her or date her or go out a date. And, you know, either the woman's not super clear, which it seems like both Maddie and Kaylee would be very clear about what they want to do in a relationship. But, you know, it probably can be descriptive. You know, like I said, I think creepy's thrown around too easily. And, you know, I've got a weird vibe and, you know, all that stuff. I'm new to this world, but anyway, let's see here. Let me, so let's see. Muffy, you are very respectful, Joe. Thank you. And then a bunch of laughing. Thank you. I got that at the time. I'm sure Kelly would appreciate you promoting her channel. Thank you. And ATS, I've seen her once. But anyway, there are people that I know that 3 people share one Twitter account. So it's kind of, I don't know how to communicate with all 3 of them. And I'm trying to communicate with all 3 of them. So it's kind of weird to send it to one thing. She's a rock star for sure. And what I was going to write something else, but I didn't. I'm sure Kelly would appreciate your promoting her channel. Yeah, thanks. I think she would. Now, the thing with me, I mean, besides me being ultra like, oh, I can't do it until I get a permission. But, you know, I'll get off on tangents. Like, you know, like I'm a person with disabilities, primarily invisible disabilities, and I'm an alcoholic and an addict, and I'm in recovery. So not everybody wants that crowd to be going to their stream. So that's why, I mean, you know, I'm like, I wish y'all would come just see my stream, not for 2 hours, just for 10 minutes, just get a feel for how neurotic I am and how uptight I am. So, you know, that's the kind of thing is, you know, there's different things, you know, there's people like, well, I don't want to have, you know, like if there was a YouTube live stream that was about drinking and everybody came with their favorite drink and they talked about drinking and they're all, you know, I wouldn't want that stream to recommend my stream, and I wouldn't be opposed to it. You know, as soon as they come into my stream and they say, I'm bombed as hell, which a lot of people have said that already. You know, I'd say, hey, I'm an alcoholic. I'm in recovery. I just prefer not hearing about it. I'm not going to drink because of what you said, but I just would prefer you not do it. So anyway, that's what I mean. You know, I like them to get it. Yeah, the address situation seems off, isn't it, King, Queen? And like I said, I have stared at that map for, you know, the interview room and, you know, the duty run. And I mean, I've stared at that map probably 100 times, probably over 100 times, but I had too much static in my head. But today when I saw it, I looked at it and I was like, yes, now I see why they're saying it's really on Queen, even though it's called King, because it was. I mean, if her map was correct, which, you know, I guess maps can be just as wrong as the addresses on the houses, but it was, she seems pretty precise, and she labeled each section, like each block length, she labeled each section. So, you know, anyway, so God, the poor dog, so chaotic. And Muffy, you're probably referring to the party, but you know, I expound the, you know, I like to address every comment, even though it may not be a question. But when I read something, you know, you say, God, the poor dog, so chaotic. It usually can sometimes, you know, trigger something in my head, and I go, oh yeah, and then I go on this tangent. So, you know, I don't think you were talking about them being kids, and, you know, I think you were just talking about the party. But yeah, the poor pup, you know, and I think this is the reason the dog doesn't bark, and I think this is the reason that, you know, we don't know all those things. You know, it sounded like she said she was frustrated and she's sorry. Yeah, I think there's a few more words there, but it dropped off. And so, yeah, thank you for giving me they were kids. Yeah, golly, what a horrible thing. And Jack, yeah, can you believe it? And you know, a month ago, I was just getting off the road from covering motorsports, and I don't work. I'm disabled. I don't have a job. And I'm a media person, and I go to motorsports events, and I cover it as a media person. I don't usually get credentialed. Sometimes I do, but not always. But I'm media, whether they credential me or not. So a month ago, that's what I was doing. I was just getting off the road. Anyway, I don't know if you know anything about about NASCAR, but there's a fair amount of Kyles there. So whenever I'm trying to remember Jack's name, which how can I forget Jack's name? But I often say Kyle, which you saw tonight. I said Kyle, and that's from NASCAR. So you go, ha, 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 ha. So I agree about the stalker. Do you? I didn't know if that was I didn't know if that was a male female thing, and I don't, by no means am I trying to diminish if a person, and they're probably mostly female, but if a person thinks they have a stalker and they're reporting the stalker, I am 100% behind them that being followed up, and the police doing, I don't even know what due diligence means, but I think it applies. I want the cop to do the right job. I don't want them to diminish, like, who is it? And I don't like bringing up other cases. because I only know this, but just to briefly bring up something, the FedEx killer, for, the little girl, I don't want to butcher her name. Y'all know who I'm talking about. He delivered a package to the house and then kidnapped the 11-year-old girl, something. And anyway, I guess the guy who was guilty had some interactions with some women or girls that accused him of doing the R word, graping. But she was 14 and she did a lot of not alcohol, the other kind of stuff. And she did a lot of it. So from her perspective, she said, look, and no one believed me. And now y'all see that that's what he did. And then a second girl or woman, I think most of them were girls because that's who he likes. So anyway, I'm not saying that people don't really have real stalkers. I'm just saying, he's creepy or, so, and also to bring it back to YouTube, bring it back to TikTok. I mean, I might be completely wrong, but I would say, if you could interview every person that follows Kaylee, and I'm just using her as an example. I know some people, and I don't, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, and beauty is kind of shallow. I hear so many people say, oh, they're so beautiful. That's horrible that died. And I guess you can probably guess by now, my first thought is, so if you're not so attractive, it's okay to die. I'm sure that's not what they're saying, but that's what I hear when they say that. But anyway, context, because I'm way behind on comments, by the way. So, context. So I should put my streamer up, but it blocks it half the screen. I might think about that. But anyway, so if they interviewed every single follower on TikTok, which I think it's 40,000, I think it was low, I think it skyrocketed after this crime. But, if you interviewed all 20,000, I bet there would be 10 or 20 or 100 men, boys that would kind of qualify as creepy and possible stalker. So, that's why I think talking about how scantily clad she was, and I mean, I will probably never say this in a stream, but there are a couple of her TikToks where she said a specific quote. There was a specific quote that she said in two of her streams, which is, it's golly, it's so misleading to men to say that quote. Because we're dumb and we're physical and we're sexual and, oh golly. So anyway, I try to expand that stuff. Anyway, I hope some of that, I used to be mods for all of them. They don't mind at all. I know, but they don't know me, allegedly. They don't know me. I'm an addict. I'm an alcoholic. I get off topic. I just don't understand this. I don't understand this world. It's new to me. I'm this uptight about everything in life. But all I have asked them to do, and I know we're all busy and we're all spending 3 hours on these streams, but All I've asked them to do is just please watch 5 minutes of my video. Just go over to Twitter, just go over to YouTube, just watch something so that you have a little taste. And I mean, since I'm all over the place, if you only watch 10 minutes, I might be talking about Idaho 4 for a while. But so, you know, that's all I get, you know, them. And you know, anyway, I'm sorry that I react that way. But whoa, how'd that happen? Let me go back. Okay, so allegedly say I had to stop going on those channels because of a couple people they chose to keep around instead of me, but they would not have a problem with anyone sharing their channel. Oh, okay. I had to stop going on those channels because of a couple people they chose to keep around instead of me. Were you a blue wrench and then you became a non-blue wrench? Is that what you mean? You don't have to. I don't want to hear gossip. I asked the question. I was guilty in asking the question. Sorry about that. So I had to stop going on those channels because of a couple of people they chose to keep around instead of me, but they would not have a problem with anyone sharing their channel. Cool. Thank you. Hey, Walla. Sorry, I'm way behind on comments. I should probably stream down. Hey, Walla, how are you doing? I'm JoeHart from Vermont. OTC, welcome, Alexander. What was the quote? I'm not going to say it, Alexander, but it was not okay. It was not, I'm not going to say it, because that is victim shaming for sure. And I'm not, I really dislike when people put that little carrot out there and won't, I wish I had never brought that part up, because I don't like putting out that carrot of, well, if you go to TikTok, you'll find out, because you'll have to watch 12 videos. So, but anyway, not victim shaming. I'm just trying to expand the possible suspects, because as I say, and I'm just another opinion of everybody. But as I say, I'm going to get to every comment. I'm way behind. I'm so sorry. Walla Boy, welcome. I'm JoeHart from Vermont. I'm you may have already heard what I was saying earlier, but I'm only one opinion, and I could do a profile for 3 hours. As you can tell, I can talk too much, but I believe that the perp will ultimately be someone, still to this point, because we're not getting much information, everybody is trying to expand their horizon. Although they still crucify Jackass and Jack K, Jack K and Jack D, they're still crucifying people. But which is, can you tell I'm a recovering Catholic? But anyway, I think still to this day, the perp will be someone that no one, I'm a little extreme, no one in the entire world, I know that's extreme, that has mentioned this person or discussed this person. That's who I think it's going to be. And I don't know if it's necessarily going to be someone on TikTok, but whoa, that opens it all up. I mean, and one of their videos, one of their videos, the hashtag is Mean Girls. I know I love that movie. I love, Lindsay Lohan, and they're reacting, they're enacting, they're acting, whatever the thing, they're doing a scene in the movie. But anyway, it's hello, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Walla Boys gang leader Liam. Wow, that's a mouthful. Welcome. I'm JoeHart. Muffy, hello, Walla. So yes, I was mod for all of them. Muffy, Dragon Slayer, CCC, ATS, CDT, Alex, and Britt. Britt is the only one that doesn't have the 2 people in their chat, so I can still be in hers. That's too bad. But I mean, these things, even, I still classify them as not real life. I'm like, we don't know each other. We're not really interacting in real life. But, there's drama everywhere. So I'm sorry to hear that kind of stuff happens. I think I probably asked you this before, Muffy, but I don't know if he's saying that you stream. And if you do, I'd love to follow you. And I don't know if you can drop your link, or anyway, I don't know if you want your link dropped, but I would like to somehow get your link. I think you said you followed me on Twitter. My DMs are open. You can, and this is true with everybody. My DMs are open, and I don't need it private. You can just tweet me. But I'd love to, get your hand. I need it really easy. I need a clickable link and then go there and follow you. Although I probably could search your name. But yeah, I love that. Because I was mod for all of them. Muffy, Dragon Slayer, CCC. I don't know who that is, but you don't have to tell me. I mean, I'm sure when you tell me, I'll go, oh yeah, I've been in that stream 30 times already, but I not off the top of my head. ATS, I really love, but I've only seen her once. CDT, I really love, and I've seen her about 15 times. I love her. Not love, but I love her. And I told her today, you know, honest, fair, you know, she does the research. Alex, oh my goodness. And Valerie, what about Valerie? Oh, she's new. So Britta's the only one that doesn't have the 2 people in their chat, so I can still be at there. Okay, cool. So I feel horrible. Oh, Walla, man, I don't want you to feel horrible. Sorry to hear. The moment one or both of them start going to Brits, I'll have to stop going there too. Oh, allegedly. I'm sorry to hear. And I mean, you can probably tell from my comments that I have issues with, you know, not just one person. And I mean, I don't have filters. I can only handle a certain kind of comment a certain times before I confront them. Ever since day one, I'm trying to get a little better because it's not my stream, it's someone else's stream. But there's plenty of people that I have issues with, but I always, it's what I try to do. I wish in an ideal world, I would like it if we all could go where we want to go with no regard to the people that bug us. And, you know, we can just block them or filter them or ban them, or, you know, there's so many choices of not seeing their comments. Now, if they're on the panel and they're talking, then it's harder to, but I mean, I've got issues. I'm like, God, that person dominates the conversation. They talk 40% and there's 8 people on that panel and they talk 40% of the time. That bugs the shit out of me. But it's not my stream, so they can do it. But again, I'm telling you, don't get uptight by people, and then I tell you I get uptight. So whatever. My cursor is not moving. There it is. Okay. Allegedly, yeah, I get it. I recently unsubscribed to Alex's change for similar reasons. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Just FYI, and I've talked about it, and I've asked questions, and I talked about CDT. I generally don't want to, and I hate to put out these, you know, what are they called? Doctrine. I don't want to put any doctrines out there, but I would prefer not dissing or bashing any streamer. I think it's okay to mention any streamer, and I'm not saying you have to just be positive and stuff, but I would prefer not dissing too many people. Now, I am new, but I've been to, I'm just guessing, although I did count the channels. So I've been in about almost 100 different channels in the last 4 weeks. I'm clicking on every single one of them. And at first I was watching 7, 8, 9, 10 hours a day. And then I started prep, you know, so I've seen a ton of people. And so I'm still new. But Alex does happen to be probably my favorite person. Now, I am a male and she is a female. So I might, you know, I'm only 90 years old. But anyway, just to let y'all know, she does happen to be one of my faves. She and Valerie are my top 2. Brit's a mighty close third. But there's, you know, I've, you know, there's stuff about her. But yeah, I love her. I love her streams and she's great. And man, she's got a huge crowd and she knows how to do it. And, you know, she says, oh, I'm sorry, I'm sick and stuff, but she has you know, she's great. So, okay. Allegedly, hopefully they won't go to Brits. Yeah, let's hope not. So, Walla, do you have the flu? Yeah, man, I hope you're feeling better. Walla, that's horrible. How's everybody doing? Did I miss that one? Walla, sorry. How's everyone doing? I'm doing okay. And you'll probably hear from Muffy and allegedly and everybody else. So, Walla, do you have the flu or the COVID? Or I'm hoping, yeah. So allegedly he delivered his Christmas gift, then killed her. Yes. Was that her gift? Oh, golly. He's horrible. That's horrible. Golly. No, I don't. It's from a video. I feel horrible. Oh my goodness. So you're saying your reaction to a video, not physical. I think I get it. No. Oh, and you're explaining it right there. I feel sick. My favorite YouTuber found body parts in a white cube in a desert. Oh my goodness, in Nevada. He had to blur it out. It makes me sick to find out how fucked people are. They are fucked. They are. That's we have some sick people in this world, and evil people, and mentally ill people, and all. You know, we have so much. You know, I think, you know, 5, 10, no, you know, 10, 15, 20 years ago, I think the Menendez brothers was one of the main cases where I think was the, and I, like I said, I don't like to mention other cases, but then I do. But I think currently at this point in time, all boundaries are destroyed. You know, it used to be that parents didn't kill kids and kids didn't kill parents. And I guess I'm not supposed to say the K word. So, you know, teachers don't unalive students and students don't unalive teachers. And, you know, so I think there are now no boundaries anywhere, although, you know, I think this case is a new boundary that no one even thought of, you know, to be unalived in your own bed and you're asleep. That's a boundary that I wouldn't have even thought of as being destroyed, but now it is destroyed. So I was watching Jasko, new recent Randonautica video. I've seen 100 streamers, but I'm not aware of that name. OTC, I am so sorry, man. Am I 13 minutes behind? Hey, OTC, I know I mentioned you quickly, but I really appreciate your support, and you know, those first couple of videos where I really needed help, and I still need a lot of help, but you were definitely there for the early stuff, so I really appreciate it. I don't know if I've ever thrown it out to you, but OTC, I'm learning about mods. I currently have several mods, and I'm, you know, I think I've told people plenty of my issues in that, you know, generally I don't trust anyone and blah, blah, blah. And it's my issue. I'm not talking about anybody, but I would like to extend the way I set it up for the first few people is that it was temporary. I was like, you know, I want them to be able to post their stuff. And so anyway, I'm sorry about the huge preface. OTC, I'd like to offer you a blue wrench if you would like to be a mod. And I have low expectations. I really want it so that you can post things, and you know, if there's a couple trolls, you know, that kind of stuff, you know, low expectations. So I'm way behind in comments. If you said yes, that sounds great, I won't be down there for a bit, but I'll try to get there. And then I have to go to another anyway, let's see here. We were really close to the end of the that video, but I didn't finish it. Let me see about this banner. Let me try this banner. It's really long, and I don't know how to make it smaller. And I don't think so. I thought it. What's it called when it streams across your? I like the streams. Anyway, I don't need to change it, but let me go back to the comments and see if Gordon Smith. So what are you saying? I don't know. Gordon, I don't know if you're being serious or not serious, or if you're being antagonistic. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm disabled. My synapses don't work. So you got to put a context in there. Plus, I'm many minutes behind on the comments. My laptop says it's 7:46. Oh, I am way behind. Where am I? Sorry. So I grab. No. Okay, we already did that. Sorry, guys. I feel horrible. Yep. I'm getting closer. So, yeah, I guess I don't know if you feel sick. Santa. Okay, I think I was back here. So let me try that again. What happened to my banner? So I guess I can't do both or whatever. I would like to, I don't think I'm going to have some streams that are more trigger warnings than other trigger warnings, but I love to err on the side. You know, the F word can offend people, you know, just whatever. So Alexander, I'm sure I already answered your question. What was the quote? I'm not going to tell you. You're free to go watch the videos. I'm not trying to give you this clickbait stuff because it doesn't benefit me. It was not okay. Allegedly, I was a mod on all those channels and chose not to continue because of 2 people they kept around. I refused to be in their presence. That's I support you completely. Alexander, boo. Well, thanks, Alexander. What's that mean? Allegedly, those are trends, so it's not really victim shaming. I assume you're talking about the TikTok, maybe. I usually, again, err on the side. I usually err on the side of saying I don't want to victim shame, and I preface with that with a lot of things that aren't. I don't think any of them that I say are victim shaming, but there's always people that take it the wrong way. Nobody but non-TikTokers find it weird. Nobody but non-TikTokers find it weird. What about them not wearing clothes? And I'm sorry, I'm so far behind. I'll try to catch up. And that's why I'm not showing the video. So I guess the video probably, we were almost done with the video. And I don't know if Muffy's still around. I really appreciate that you and I and 200 viewers on TikTok were able to go through that. I really appreciated that. And that was the first time I officially have actually gone through a video. I tried to do a press conference and I think I did about a D+ or a C-. So Gordon Smith. So what are you saying? I need context, Gordon. I don't understand myself a lot, so I don't know if I can explain it to other people. Well, that makes sense because let's say we have 5 people being pointed at as suspects. There are 7 billion people on the planet. Quite sure there are like just under 7 billion people not listed. Oh, I'm so far beyond. And then I get upset because when I catch up, then there's no more comments because I got behind. So what does that mean? Gordon, I need context. You need to put context in. So what are you saying? Generally, I'm not going to react really well about that question. I know I'm confusing, but just I block people all the time. Cool. So, okay. Gordon Smith. So what does that mean? Don't know. I need context, and then I'll try to explain it, and it might get even more confusing. Muffy, I block people all the time. Gordon, so what are you saying? Not a big fan of that question, but I'm going to show it. Gordon, what is he saying about what? I think I missed something. Thank you, Muffy. But yeah, I mean, I'll try to explain whatever you want if it's a no. Do you know what context means? Context. Tell me what you're referring to. If you want me to understand your comment, you don't have to type anything. I'm just saying if you want me to interact with you and understand what you said so I can respond, give me context. Even like, the most extreme example is, let's just say I asked a question of the crew. By the way, allegedly, and other people might be interested in this. I'm going to YouTube and all these things, and I'm trying to figure stuff out, and I'm stressed out, and but anyway, I went to the community tab. I think I went where everybody refers to the community tab, and so I think I found it, and I posted 2 text polls. I want to someday figure out how to do polls here. I think I don't know how to do polls here. I think it's an additional app that I don't have yet, but so I did 2 text polls. I want people to vote, but I mean, I only have a few subscribers, so I won't get many votes. But I really did it just to put something in the, I mean, the first thing that comes up in community is, oh, do you want to share a picture? And I'm like, oh, F it. I don't know how to find pictures. I don't know how to download pictures. I'm like, no, can't. And that's why most my platforms has a picture of me that is 6 years old. Somehow I lucked out and downloaded it, and I am not going to move that thing because I don't know how to do that stuff. But anyway, my community has 2 text polls. I'm not telling you so you can vote on it. I'm just saying, I finally figured out and Gordon, I'm sure that was confusing, but let's see. Yeah, Gordon, I've given you enough time. I just blocked him for 5 minutes. Maybe if I get down to the comments and he addresses something else, but you know, I might ultimately ban him or whatever the other choice is. I'm not too upset. You know, I don't know. So well, that makes sense, because let's say we have 5 people being pointed at as suspects. There are 7 billion people on the planet. Quite sure there are like just under 7 billion people not listed. So the way I interpret what you're saying, or again, usually I may not respond to the comment. I might think of other things, but I mean, are you saying it is okay to dox people? I mean, is it okay? Do you think it's okay the way Jackass has been treated online? Do you think that has been appropriate? And that's an extreme case, but I think Jack D is pretty close. And I think Jeremy is really freaking close. And the other stuff. And I have, for Jeremy, I can say he didn't have to pick up a microphone, but you know how I feel about that. You know, I mean, they don't, anyway. So are you saying what happened? And I may not be back down there, so I need context. I block people all the time. Gordon, what is he saying about what? I think I missed some. Well, thanks, Muffy. I'm glad that you understand, because I don't really understand. I am. You are. I agree. Gordon, what are you talking about? Why are you here? You're just being distracting to the chat. I'm sorry, Muffy, that I didn't catch up to that sooner. Gordon needs to be booted. Thank you, Muffy. No, it seems weird, so I timed them out. Oh, did you? Well, I did too. But yeah, he might have been. I mean, your 5 minutes. I didn't notice if he. Anyway, we might have. Sorry, I'm learning this stuff. Allegedly, thank you. I thought it was dead best friend with that name. Gordon Smith. I thought it was dead best friend with that name. I don't know any dead best friend, but you're probably referring to a person with a name like that. Troll. Okay, so he's currently timed out, but I'm caught up on comments. No, so I'm like, oh no, there's But anyway, so for context, you say you think it will be nobody in the world named yet. So I mentioned, oh, okay, I got it. Got it. Misinterpreted what you said. My best friend in Philly died. That was his name. Oh golly, I think it was dead friend. Oh golly, that's horrible. Allegedly, no way. Seriously, yeah. You can ban him forever, and I can ban him forever, and that's horrible. I'm sorry to hear it. Allegedly, that is ick. So for context, you say you think it will be nobody in the world named yet. Now, and again, I'm new to this, but certainly, and again, I don't want to rag on everybody, but then I'll probably rag on everybody. But I know many people are saying 5 weeks is not long, and I know we were impatient at first, and I know at 2 weeks we're supposed to give them more time, and I know all that, but I would say 5 weeks is now getting pretty late. I also know that some, the DNA comes back in 3 to 8 weeks, or all sorts of things. So I mean, it can be forever, but if Moscow Police Department and Idaho State Police and the FBI based out of St. Louis, I always say St. Louis, Salt Lake City and West Virginia and the rest of the country, and somewhere in Idaho, they actually have treasure something in Idaho for FBI. So if they're working for 5 weeks, I think I am making a bold statement. I think, I'm trying to catch up on the updates, and I don't have it in me. It's somewhere on my desk, but I was writing up when they said, we've done 38 interviews. We've done 60 interviews. We've done 110 interviews. So with all that happening, they have all the evidence. They have all, they have a lot more than we do. So I would think they could eliminate, 6 billion immediately. And then, get down to 100,000 and then get down to 10,000 and then get down to 4,000. I mean, I think and I've heard other people say it. Now, I do believe I'm the first person I've heard here say that, but I think Valerie feels that way. Although, I mean, we're all changing our, but I've heard Valerie say it, and I've heard 3 or 4 or 5 people that I can't recall what name, but I think it's a pretty big statement because those cops should have already narrowed it down. And again, I would go by interviews. I don't really, I'm not saying there's just, Jack S, Jack D. But anyway, do you think what happened to Jack D was okay? Or do you think we went too far with Jack D? Jack S. Although I think Jack D is very close. So for context. And allegedly my best friend in Philly died. That was his name. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that is not okay. Allegedly. No, seriously? Golly. Yeah, when I saw the name, I just let him talk while I went to pee. Then read all the chatter and just timed him out. Oh, golly. I'm glad you're able to take a break, and I'm sorry about that. And allegedly, yeah, that was weird. That's I am way behind in comments. As I have expressed often, I don't usually call trolls. I think my personal opinion, I think 80% of the time or 85% or 90% of the time of a troll is usually just two differing opinions, almost pretty extreme difference of opinion. So they're not really trolling. They just have difference of opinion. Now, I've had plenty of trolls here so far in my 10, like if they just want to send peen pictures and all that, you can tell that. Gordon, you have no more timeouts. The next time you do anything, again, you will be banned. I'm not threatening you. I'm just promising you. So, Gordon, if you're going to say something and only say appropriate things, but if you're going to say something appropriately, put context in it. What don't you understand about what I've said? Don't keep saying the same fucking bullshit all over the place. So you have no more chances. You have no more chances. The next comment, you're whatever the next choice is. Let me look. And I might accidentally hit it when I look. Block user. The next choice is block. We put you on a 5, and I know there's hundreds of streams, so you don't need my stream, especially. I know you don't need my stream, so you can go somewhere else if you want, but you have no more. There is no more leeway on you. No more. I asked for context, and even though I was behind on comments, I'm sure you heard it. Maybe you're not smart enough to even know what context is. But if you're going to address something, tell me what you're addressing. Joe, what are you talking about? I don't understand about NASCAR, or tell me what I was talking about. I need context. I have no idea what you're asking about. No more tolerance. Block is the next choice. And if I happen to miss it and there's no context, feel free to do it, or I can do it, or whatever. Okay, I don't like yelling at people, but what's going on? That's what's going on. I think two of us timed you out at separate times for 5 minutes. And that's the reason why. And I'm new, and I currently don't have a bunch of mods in this room right now. And then we probably would have timed you out much, much, much sooner. So it doesn't usually go that long. So, okay, so let's see here. Put context. Muffy, allegedly. Yeah, that was weird. Amen. So it's looking like Enon, I think is the way you say it, or Jack as the majority vote right now. And a few thinking it might be the smoke shop guy. I haven't swayed yet. Okay, I'm laughing because that's ridiculous. He the smoke shop guy. I don't think his story was reasonable, but I don't think he's a killer. There's nothing. We're just going by a little snip. But yeah, you're a nice chap. Okay, that's good context. But when I get behind on comments, you put context in. What are you talking about, Joe? You don't have to put my name. Context. Put the topic that I was talking about. So you're a nice chap. Thanks. So let's see here. What's going on? That's old. You don't react to him. Oh my God. And then you're a nice chap. Thanks. Gordon, did you find me from another stream? I used to be on another stream quite a bit in the panel. That's where most of my my initial subscribers were coming from there. I'm not getting as many from them anymore, but did you know from another thing? So the smoke shop guy is a liar. Okay, so Joe, what is your theory on the Idaho 4? Yeah, that could be a 4-hour discussion, and I can get to it. Allegedly, the smoke shop, and I will get to it. Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. And that has tons of context, for sure. The smoke shop guy is a liar. I'm a little, I mean, I can, you know, there are things that really piss me off and stuff, as you could just tell from 10 minutes ago. But I tend to be a little lighter on it. I mean, I wouldn't say he's a liar, but his story evolved creatively throughout the story, throughout the interview. You know, I mean, it was first one of the girls, and, you know, I hate when people say girls when they're adults, but one of the girls said, you know, we're all together because someone had a stalker. And then the guy was like, and then, Maddie motioned toward Kaylee. And then later he's like, oh no, this definitely was said. And then they got it, you know, so he evolved, and then he mentioned the bar. And so it just seemed like he got a lot of information that is widely accepted. It's out in the open right now. And he was just, you know, so anyway, okay. So allegedly, I can't see emojis very well, but that's probably a dragon or snake and a Wizard of Oz character or a robot. That's what I see. He basically covered his ass by saying, they told me about a stalker. And it might be his 15 minutes, but yeah, that was kind of weird. And as if he was the stalker and wanted to redirect it away from him. Nobody tells some dweeb that someone is stalking them. Maybe. And yeah, maybe I'm too trustworthy in some things. You know, I am naturally skeptical, but I think he was probably around them 6 or 7 times, and they had conversations because he sells the stuff and they buy the stuff. So they probably had general conversations, and, you know, it's his store. They're in his store. So he might have listened to things they said without them telling them. And I could, and again, God rest their soul. I hope they're in peace right now. This is a horrible thing, but I can see Kaylee and Maddie talking fairly loud in a store. They want to be the center of the attention. They want people to hear. So I think he could have easily heard things that wasn't spoken to him, and then he expounded. You know, it was a creative storyteller. So yeah. Anyway, and I'll still get to yours question. It's a huge question, and I get overwhelmed, and I want to cover everything. So that's like a 4-hour question, but I will get to it. Allegedly, I agree. And allegedly, the girls would tell a strapping strong man that they're being stalked. So he would say, call me if you need help. But they told that little twerp, for what reason? Makes no sense. Anyway, yeah, I think he may have heard a conversation. They bought smoke from the store. There's nothing to really discuss. When you vape, you enter, say what you want, and bam, done. Yeah, I would go for that. I would go for that. Y'all need Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, well, you know, we do pretty well, but thanks. He heard it on the news and turned it into his story so he could seem like he knew them and were friends for attention, and was friends for attention. I would say that. And I think allegedly, I don't know if you took another pee break, but I think you probably heard me talking about the TikToks and where I think stalker is highly overused. And so I think there's men that get the wrong idea that are attracted to them from TikTok. And I wouldn't say that's 1 or 5, or I would say that's many, many people. Creepy, and then almost stalkers. So I agree, Gordon Smith and Dexter Morgan. Is that the assistant? Bam, bang, boom. Wait. Okay. So I agree, Gordon Smith and Dexter Morgan. And I don't, just 5 words would be good. I don't know who Dexter Morgan is. Is that, well, I don't even know. Oh, Gordon Smith's him. So Dexter Morgan, I don't know if that's Sherlock Holmes' assistant. I don't think it is. I think I know his assistant. But anyway, bam, bang, boom. Thanks, Muffy. I don't know if that's at me. I follow 10,000 people on my main TikTok. I don't know how many I follow, but on Twitter, I think I have discovered that I use Twitter differently than most people. On my channel TikTok, I only follow like 400. Wow, that's interesting. But for me, at least initially, I don't know if it's true now because I'm kind of not established. I'm not a celebrity, but I have a lot of followers. But at least initially, I wanted to follow people. And I was timed out and sent to Twitter jail all the time because as an OCD person, that's methodical and meticulous, I could follow 300 people in a day. And so they would time me out and they'd say, you're a bot, stop. And I'm like, no, I'm a real person. Plus, I need for you to say, I have disabilities. The ADA is supposed to give me equal accessibility. You need to react to me in the opposite direction. You need to give me more accessibility because I'm disabled. So anyway, for me, Twitter, I was far more interested in the people that I followed, less than people who followed Dexter. Okay, I've never seen the show, but I've seen commercials. So yeah, I didn't know he's the killer, right? Oh yeah, he's a serial. Okay, Dexter Morgan is a show called Dexter. He's a serial killer that is CSI for police. He only kills criminals that get away with crimes. Really, I saw the commercials, but I didn't know he was a good killer. And I'm not promoting that, but that's that's all those movies, like Denzel Washington, he was one of those, and the thick-boned female African-American that's really attractive, Queen Latifah, she was one of the, so yeah, a lot of those shows are like, if you can't get any help from the cops, call us and we'll take care of stuff. So anyway, on my channel TikTok, I only follow like 400. Wow. I don't trust TikTok. Yeah, Muffy, that's a good point. It's based out of China. There are and this isn't news for me. I'm just, do not quote me on any of these, but I'm fairly aware that several states are starting to block TikTok, and they're blocking TikTok from a government networks, which, it's government. You don't want your employees to be doing TikTok during the workday. So I think they ought to block Twitter and they ought to block everything because you're working. Now, I know you need some of that stuff for work. But anyway, I think there's been like 6 or 8 states have blocked it. I think it's in the Congress or somewhere in the federal to possibly get it blocked. So yeah, I'm normally skeptical. I really want to get on TikTok. So I think I have shelved the way I feel about trust and mistrust. And I want to do TikTok because prior to 4 weeks ago, this is all new to me, but prior to 4 weeks ago, TikTok was the quickest way that I was going to monetize. I will never want to misrepresent myself. I want to monetize. I know people are like, oh, that's so horrible. No, don't tell do it for the crowd and, don't talk about ego, talk about, anyway, I saw some good training for StreamYards, and they're great. And I do have to get better at them. But anyway, and golly, let me go back. Gordon Smith. No, that was a little before. I don't know if Gordon is still here. Where is it? You're a nice chap. I missed it. Where you asked about the. So, okay, Joe, what is your theory on the Idaho 4? I don't know if I could, if someone I don't like to use that kind of phrase, but if someone highly encouraged me to give a 2-minute answer, I don't know if I could. But I think I like to profile rather than mentioning names, but I'm sure I'll mention many names. But I think it's a male. I think it's a single person. They don't have anybody else involved with it. I still think it's a younger male, 20 to 25 years old or something like that. they might be involved. They're local. They're for sure local in Moscow. I don't know if they're a current student. I think they may be a flunked out student, a dropped out student, a kicked out student, one that graduated, one that took a break off. I personally think, and I don't think I've heard anybody else agree with me on this, which I don't need people to agree and stuff, but I personally think that all 4 victims, no, well, okay, I don't know which way to say it first, but they're both as strong statements. I believe the perp knew or was aware of all 4 victims. And in the reverse, I think all 4 victims knew or was aware of the victim. So, you know, again, that kind of gets to that creep stuff. And I hate the word creep. I don't know why I keep saying it. But, you know, that get back, that's that, I forget what I was saying, but, another broadcast, a commercial. Please follow me on TikTok. Please follow me on Twitter. And again, I want to know how to do. I want to know how to do polls. And I guess the big question is, can I do polls inside StreamYard, or is that an additional app added to StreamYard? Context, because I'm way behind on comments now. And then also you know, when you say not Nightbot, you know, when you do the exclamation point and you put Nightbot and then a whole paragraph comes up, I want to know how to do those. Again, I'm guessing it's not part of StreamYard, that it's outside of StreamYard. So those, you know, I'm always trying to learn stuff and stuff. But so I think they were in town until Thanksgiving. They may or may not have left for Thanksgiving. I think they came back for sure after Thanksgiving, and they were probably there until December 16th when exams ended. I imagine they don't want to stick around when everybody leaves. And, you know, don't quote me, but I think the population is 26,000. And I think the student body is 11 or 12,000 or thereabout. So it's about half. So, I mean, it certainly makes it a ghost town when all the students leave. But I think I don't think he was in the house. I have my whole thing. I have big issues with what people say about the dog, so I don't want to address that. I think I tend to get people pissed off when I talk about hunting. I'm not a hunter. I'm pretty anti-hunting. I know you have to cull there can be overpopulation if you don't hunt people. So I'm not ragging on hunters, but I believe the person is a hunter, knows how to use knives really well, our military or something. Somehow he learned how to use knives really, 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 really well. He was not in the house before any of the 6 got home. I mean, some people are saying he was in the house, you know, stared at the one that got home at 1, but then killed them, and then killed the 2 at 1:45, and then killed the others at 1:45 and 1:52. And I'm like, they weren't in the house. All right, but I don't know. That's just so I think they had cased the place out in the past. I think they tracked someone home that night. I don't know who, but they tracked someone home. They probably were in that woods. I know from Brian Enton, the woods isn't huge, and he thinks no one could hide in there. But I think you could probably be fairly discreet for a fair amount of time to wait until the lights go out, and then you have a count of some sort, 20 minutes. And, you know, everybody falls asleep differently, and there's plenty of people turn out lights and they're still on their devices, but have some count. And then he went in. Security was nothing. Either he had been there. I think he's been in the house before, but you know, either he knew the code, or they didn't lock it, or the sliding glass door was open because they let the dog out to pee, and then they let the dog back in, or forgot the dog outside, or whatever. So security's nothing. He got in. I think he was quiet. I mean, this is from what the coroner said initially, and I think the coroner is fantastic. Even though she's changed stories, I love her, and I know she's, you know, elected, and she's a nurse, and I know all that stuff. I know everything about her, but I think it's great. You can tell when she felt like she said too much words. So she's reversed some of her things, and other people have reversed some of her things. But from the original thing of, you know, and I'm paraphrasing, but fairly accurately, the 4 victims were probably in bed. The 4 victims were probably asleep, and definitely it was 1 knife and 1 knife only. Clearly she said that. Clearly she agreed. I think we can trust her on that. Again, all that stuff has changed. But anyway, with that initial thing, I thought that I'm sorry, I'm behind on comments and stuff. And I'm trying to wind down this question. Great question, Gordon. I'm surprised that you turned it around after I scolded you for a few minutes and Muffy and allegedly, and, you know, so thank you, Gordon, for turning it around. So you know, I think he was, and I still think there's some version of this. You know, Ethan being outside of the room, maybe, probably. There's a lot of momentum on that. I'm starting to think maybe it's true, but I like to have it verified. And I've read most. I have a ton of information on this back table. It's overwhelming. I can't do all of it, but I've read most of the police updates, or I don't know what to call those. You know, they're not press updates. You know, anyway, I've read most of them, and I don't think they've changed that aspect of it. But I think he was very quick. He knew exactly where to hit so that it's quick. By the way, I just noticed that my Wi-Fi is way down. Now it's left the screen, but on the screen it was saying 2 out of 3 bars. So I hope I didn't lose a bunch of signals and stuff. By the way, hello, hello, Twitter. I appreciate you following and watching. I've been talking for a while, so you probably aren't still watching, but there might be a steady flow of people. But I know you can't make comments. I feel so bad. I wish you could make comments. Feel free to write anything in my DM or a tweet to me. It's that account that you're watching right now. That's the one you can send it to. And it would just be a day delay. And I'm currently streaming every day, but that might slow down or whatever, or speed up or whatever. I want to test this stuff within 30 days. So anyway, I would kind of address your questions a day later. I know that's too long, but I might take a break from that. Wait, Muffy. OMG, I thought Gordon wrote that. Oh, Muffy, I am so sorry. I put it on the screen. I usually read the name and usually read the comment, but I must have skipped over your name because I'd have thought it was Gordon. I am so sorry about that. Cool question. And then I tell that I'm so proud that Gordon turned it around. Anyway, I'll find out when he gets up. You tell a strapping young man. Okay. So, and bam, we need Sherlock Holmes. This thing, boom, 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 boom. I don't trust TikTok. So, okay, I know I read this, but I'm trying to get into the swing of things. Trying to catch up. Dexter Morgan has a show called Dexter. He's a serial killer that is CSI for police. He only kills criminals that get away with crimes. I don't know if I would say there's good killers, but damn, that's mighty close to being a good killer. I guess I can't say killer either. Unaliver. Dexter was one of the best shows out there until the final episode. It felt like a 6th grader wrote it. Oh my goodness. Did they do that so that you would think, oh, there might be another, that there might be, TikTok led, I think past tense. TikTok led to a trafficking ring with lots of arrests. Oh, that's horrible. Snapchat should be banned. It's been around a while, but I agree with you. I'm on Snapchat. I've never figured it out. Periscope, I think I kind of forget, but I think Periscope, you could find out people's position, you know, where they were at. And it, you know, I thought it was harmless. I thought it was cool and I used it. But I live in a place, you know, I have a child and I have a ex-wife. You know, there's reasons that I shouldn't be so open, but I am so open. But so I try not to, I forget what I was going to say, but so anyway, yeah, Periscope had all that stuff and it worked, and now Periscope's done. I haven't quite figured out Snapchat's location thing, but I think that's very scary because it seems to be rather precise, probably within 100 feet or less. It's probably pretty precise. So that is And most people probably, I mean, certainly younger people, high school, college, I mean, most of these platforms, I don't know all of them, but most of these platforms, you only have to be 13, which I think is absurd. Not necessarily that they need to be 18, but I think they should at least be the age of consent of the state that they live in. I mean, this is worldwide, but I think they should at least be the age of consent for the state to live in, which I was a foster parent, so I learned a lot about age of consent. Most people don't know about age of consent, and they think, I don't want this to be a topic, but most people think 18. And it is 18 for the internet because it crosses borders and stuff. But as far as the list of the 50 states and DC, of those 51 entities, there's about 2 or 3 that has 18. The majority is 16. But there are some with 15, and a couple with 14. So the age of consent goes from 14 to 18. It is, again, the most common being 16. So anyway, yes, I would agree with that. TikTok is the devil, in my opinion. I would go for it. And I agree. Any Chinese connection cannot be trusted. Oh, yeah, cool. I'm not here. Hi, Gordon. Who named the blade Moscow? Are we... feel free to get rid of him if the other comments are. So I'm not here. And who named the place Moscow? I didn't, but I bet we can look it up of how old it is. And so Muffy, it's really pissed me off that people keep pointing the finger at Jack D. Now, I forget allegedly what you said up above, and you don't have to repeat it, but I think you said Jackass and someone and the vape shops, and I think you're joking about the vape shop, but I'm still watching 20 or more streamers a day, different streamers, and probably 40 or 50 streams. Not all of it. I can't do the whole time frame, but I go in and my take on it, I think still Jackass is still getting the most of the traffic, but I think Jackie D is also getting the traffic, but yeah, it is too bad that happens. I know we're supposed to be crime sleuthers, and I'm new to it. I ought not knock too many people because the people that I like to watch, again, I've watched, almost 100 streamers and stuff. And I have, and I'm into numbers and I'm into rankings. I don't know why I do that, but I would rank exactly my favorite and my second favorite and my third favorite. I could just say it's top 5, but I rank them. And I have in my mind, I have a all-star panel thing, and I doubt if it'll ever happen. I'm probably thinking, my top 5 favorite people, I'm thinking that they'll never drop into my stream. That's what I'm talking about. I'm peanuts. There's no reason for them to drop in. I asked them to. They drop into a ton of other streams. But anyway, let's just say that all-star panel happened. I mean, if they said, this is the way we do it, we have to name people's names and we have to, dox them, and crucify them. I look at it like, Jesus, everybody knows where he lives now. And I mean, half of the addresses, no one knows. No one knows where Jack D lives, but they say he lives, within eyesight of the house. No, he's not on the lease. He's not on anything. No one knows where he lives. So, okay. So I don't think it's any of them. Wow. Maybe by a long shot, Anon or Hoodie Guy, but none of the others. So you're going with Jackass too. But yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. I understand. Boo. Okay. I'm starting to mix up y'all's names. I am sorry. I'll try to slow down. I'll try to read who wrote it and who's it to. That one I quickly read and I thought Muffy wrote it. So I'm sorry. Let me try it again. Allegedly said to Muffy. Can I shorten your name Muffy, or do you want me to say Muffy Dragon Slayer? Love the name. So allegedly said to Muffy. I don't think it's any of them. Maybe by a long shot, Anon or Hoodie Guy, but none of the others. I would say that. Allegedly, I think it's a serial killer. Do you? And I have no experience. I mean, I know the famous ones. I mean, a glancing knowing, I don't really have a knowing about any of them, but but yeah, I don't know enough about it, but yeah, that's pretty wild. allegedly, I also think this case is going to go cold. And you know, I don't mean to rag about the YouTube live community, and I like the YouTube live community, and I've really enjoyed the last 4 weeks, and I did tremendously, and I still love them, and I still drop it in a bunch. But I don't know what the police are doing, and I don't know what the media is doing. But just by our streams, I mean, I'm OCD, I'm black and white, I'm extreme. So whenever I finish a stream, and this is on my desktop, I know everybody's form, you know, everybody's screen is different depending on what device they're on. But for my old laptop that I have no idea what the operating system is, I go up and click YouTube, the insignia, I click YouTube, and then immediately I click live. And so I look at live, and I don't know if they list all of them. I'm hoping they list all of them because that's what I see. I want to see all of them. But they all, you know, every time I count all of them, which I bet none of y'all have counted how many there are, but it usually ranges from 35 to 52 or something like that. So I'm imagining, I mean, there's probably 1,000, you know, so I don't think they list everybody, but they ought to. But anyway, in recent days, and someone tonight on TV, I think News Nation or something, you know, someone as a panel was saying, I forget what I was going to say. So anyway, when I click live, and it used to be when I started this 4 weeks ago, all of the Idaho 4 was at the top. Now Idaho 4 can be like the 5th list, which I'm like, wait, you know what I like to watch? Give me the ones I want to watch, you know, with the algorithm and stuff. Anyway, my only point, and I was watching them any time of day, all the time of day. I was sleeping not very well. I wasn't eating very well. I fed my cat, but usually when he came up and said, hello, I need food. And you know, I feed him 5 times a day, so he's not starving, but he usually has to prompt me. So he comes up. So anyway, at any given time, at any time of the day, there was, you know, 3, 5, 7 Idaho 4 streams. And these days, there are times of the day, you know, I'm sure there's rush hours and non-rush hours, but there are plenty of times of the day where there's 1 or 2 or 0 or 3. And that's where I think it's going cold. If we're not going to frame it, and I know I'm new and I'm trying to do, and I'm extreme and I want to stream 1 or 2 times a day. And people are like, God, Joe, you talk too much. You get off topic. I want to support you, but you're doing it 2 times a day. I can't give you 6 hours of my time. And I understand that. And I know that. But I forget why I brought that up. I'll try to figure out why I brought that up. So anyway, allegedly, Me Too Muffy. I hope I'm getting better at saying the right quote. And Muffy, I am so sorry that I thought that was Gordon that said that name. Allegedly. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom just in case that someone's entered that I haven't said Gordon. And why? It's okay. It's not your fault, Joe. So I guess I will let allegedly give me, and Muffy, I would love to hear from both of y'all. I'm a little concerned that Gordon didn't put any context into his comments. So so anyway, I know when I'm way back behind on comments, I don't stay up to date, and that falls on me. So anyway, if either one of you all can say, yeah, I think he, but anyway, there's, okay. Yeah. This is my 3rd stream or maybe 4th stream, but this is a fairly new stream. I'm a fairly new stream of me sending it to 6 destinations. And I didn't really understand what I was doing the first time and the second time and the third time and this time. But after you finish the stream, you can go to the 6 streams and see how it's posted and things like that. So I clicked on all 6. And again, that's Facebook Live. Thank you. Facebook profile. Wait, I'm sorry. Those are all wrong. The 6 are Facebook profile. Thank you for watching me. Facebook page. Thank you for watching me. LinkedIn, love it. I had a couple of visitors. I love the comments. Thank you very much. YouTube, the old faithful. Thank you. Twitch, I had a couple of people that were trolls. I hope that's not the only people I get from Twix, but feel free to come on over. And Twitter, which they can't make comments, so they can't come over here, but they're over there. So anyway, when I clicked on all 6 of those after my first and second and third stream, I click on it and it says, Facebook profile does this and this and this, and it might give you up to 20-second delay. Well, it says that for all, 10-second delay. I'm sorry. It says 10-second delay, and they set it for all 6 of those. So it sounds like I could almost have a 60-second delay. Now, I did testing with people, and, it's written down on some Post-it note, and I'll never be able to find it. But I think the first test was like, wow, it might be close. And I think Gordon is doing okay, Joe. Cool. Thanks, Muffy. So thank you. It's super odd. It's super old, but super funny. Thanks. I think, I don't like humor, but I might, can I follow it without ever watching it? I'll subscribe to it, but, I don't do humor. I'm too intense. So, anyway, I'll go back up. So, facts are Native Americans can use a knife and are stealthy. Martial artists like me can use, I think that's can. Martial art, I get bogged down at typos. I just get bogged down at them. I don't mean to criticize. I don't mean to critique. I don't mean to say, you better retype that so I understand. I can usually read typos. I just usually need to read it a couple times, but they grab me, and that's hardwired. So I apologize for that. And I usually, once I discover what the word means, I reread it anyway. New comments. I'll try to get down there. Martial artists like me can use a knife and are stealthy. A doctor, nurse, and medical student can use a knife, and none are hunters. Okay, I'll try to leave them alone. Okay. See, hunters are my jackass. At least I'm not naming them. I mean, Hunter is a name in this horrible game. Hunter is a name. And so whenever I've tweeted, not tweeted, but when I've made a comment in one of these streams, they're like, are you talking about, Ethan's brother? I'm like, no, hunters, and usually I have an S, but they're like thinking it's possessive for a person. But allegedly, I know how to use a knife, and I'm not a hunter. Okay, I'll leave them alone. They're my jackass. I'm gonna rage on them. Okay, no, I'll try. I'm changing. All these poor innocent people will always be known as a murder suspect for the rest of their lives. I think that's true, but I think aren't all of us doing that? Aren't we all doing that? I mean, the streams I drop into, they crucify them, and then they go, and I've discussed before, and my mind, I think too much, and I have an opinion about everything, but I see so many streams where they say something, and they have a lot of people, and then they start getting comments, and they don't notice the 90 great comments. They only notice the one bad comment, and they say, that's not what I said. This is what I said. Listen, would you spend more time listening? And I haven't figured out the wording for this, so I'm going to fumble over the wording. But I do think, I firmly believe that what I say or what people perceive I say are two different things, and they add up to 100. I don't think I'm the only one that can vote on that. I don't think I'm the only one that can say, well, no, I said it, so you misperceived it wrong. I think when there's conversations like that, especially here, because you don't get voice inflection when they're typing it, you don't get their humor, and you don't get you don't get all that stuff. So, but I think it is okay to say, wow, that's your perception. And I don't know if I've done that, but I think that. But, to say, oh, that's your perception. Thank you. And so as far as the hunter thing, I'm getting a lot of feedback about hunters. Oh, no. Our nurse, our doctor, our medical student. Okay, I'll stop. Allegedly, yes, exactly. Honestly, if I were any of these people being talked about, I would file some defamation of character lawsuits. I'm, they always say that, this is a sue happy, world these days. And I won't say that I'm opposed to suing. I would definitely not say I'm opposed to suing. So I might be one of those people. A butcher, shoe chef, allegedly, I will give you the benefit of the doubt that you typed that I'm way behind on comments. Wait, that's 8:19. I'm 18 minutes behind on comments. I apologize. So yeah, you wrote that way before I said no. So Gordon says, and why? And of course, Muffy says that's okay. And it's okay. And it's not your fault, Joe. I have no context, but thank you for your comments. And you've gotten one temporary stamp of approval. I'm not a crime sleuther at all. That's what I call it for me. But yeah, how would you? I mean, allegedly, I kind of get the idea that you do lots of different things, and you've told them all, and I just forget. But like I said, my number one thing I do is I'm an advocate. That's my number one thing I do is I'm advocate. It's mostly self-advocacy, and I've been streaming about that for years, so I could talk about it for 10 hours. But how would you primarily describe yourself allegedly? And then if you did put 5 blips of, cook, chef, what would I'm really into, I think too much. So when I type 5 things to describe me, I put them in order. I'm like this. So anyway, I don't know if you can put it in order, but what would you describe if you can put it in order? You don't have to be OCD like me, but so I don't, it's not a homework assignment, but if you could say, if you're one thing, how would you describe that in 5 or 10 or 20 words? And then if there's 5 hats you wear, and again, don't divulge stuff you don't want to divulge. You seem pretty open and stuff, but anyway, yeah, I'm surprised. And that's my word. Like, people are there's different words, but I need to put context to things. So I generally call all the people that I'm watching on YouTube Live crime sleuthers. And I guess from what I'm getting from you, that people may not agree with that. How did that? So Muffy, when you said Muffy is fine. Oh, okay. God, I'm way behind. So when I clicked on your comment, Muffy, my trigger warning went up, which I want to have. I want to have that stuff. Muffy is fine. Thank you. And I figured that out without context, even though I'm 12 minutes behind. Allegedly, Muffy, have you ever watched The Guild? And Muffy, allegedly, nope, it is good. Allegedly, okay, if anyone wants to watch a funny show just watch, there it is. There's a link. Thank you, allegedly. Thank you for sharing that. Muffy, thank you, allegedly. And Muffy, I think Gordon is doing okay, Joe. Thank you. I'm a little too intense. So thank you. And I'm catching up. I'm only 7 minutes behind. Allegedly, it's super old, but super funny. Cool. And Muffy says to allegedly, I will love it then. Well, that's cool. And Muffy to allegedly, Hart. And allegedly, it's about a group of people that play an online role-playing game. Super hilarious. The Guild. Cool. Muffy, allegedly, woo! I think, I don't know if I can do the right voice inflection, but I think that's a positive woo! And you're talking to him, so you're talking to him, which I like. I like everybody talking to each other. So you don't have to tell me what you meant. You're talking to him. And he was current, and so he probably got what you said and everything. Allegedly, no. Oh, wait. I always forget to click. I can't multitask. Either I read it or I allegedly, no, LOL. I've said serial killer with no names because I would not feel right accusing someone who might just be innocent. I've said serial killer. So all along, I'm a little lost on the context here. I think up above you or someone said, oh, I think it's a serial killer. And I think I might have read the wrong name. I think I said Muffy said that. So I'm sorry if I read the wrong name. I'm trying to improve on these names. But so if that was you, I've said serial killer with no names because I would not feel right accusing someone who might just be innocent. So I don't know if there's peer pressure going on or what, the mob mentality, and maybe I get caught up in the mob mentality, but I think I've seen you around a lot allegedly. So I mean, I can't quote your quotes, but did you just sit back and not get involved with jackass, debauchery? That's not the right word, but you know what I mean, of crucifying them. Again, I'm using a Catholic word, but you didn't partake? You didn't partake in Jackass and Jack K and Jack D and Jeremy? Jeremy was, he's just socially awkward. That's all. So I get what you're saying. I guess you're saying, really, any of them can be a serial killer. Again, I don't know anything about serial killers. So you probably know the 10 bullets or 40 bullets that make a serial killer a serial killer. So you probably have already eliminated some of those people. But in general, you can say, well, I don't know who it is. You probably have an idea. I get that. So Muffy, leave all the hashtag leave all the jacks alone. Thank you for the contacts here. I agree, Joe. That's why I've stopped going to a lot of channels and not participating in chats, even if I decide to listen. I hope I wasn't ragging about anybody too much. I know I do, and I keep dancing around one topic. Allegedly is aware of the topic that I keep dancing around of, and I allegedly I couldn't keep dancing around it. So in a private conversation, I described the white elephant in the living room, and he didn't react. He just responded to my son. He didn't react or anything. So I just wanted to get it out there. But there is one situation that's certainly they have free rent in my head for sure. But anyway, I hope I didn't rag too much about someone else. I agree, Joe. That's why I've stopped going to a lot of channels and not participating in chats, even if I decided to listen. Cool. Like I said, I don't want to misrepresent myself. I want to monetize. So I would love some of them to come over here and say, hey, Joe's pretty cool. And, I'm that yippy dog sometimes. And I would love for them to shout me out in their stream, which has now happened. There's a couple, my all-star. I've only been doing this 4 weeks, and I don't think we get to know each other after 2 years, but certainly I can't expect them to know me after 4 weeks, except I get some positive feedback. Like, Muffy, you came over here and allegedly, I do get a lot of positive feedback, but anyway, a couple of them have started no one's come over here yet. I say, go to Twitter, just do 5 minutes. Don't just get a feel for me. Do you think I would be a good dynamic in your panel? That's all I said. And everybody's like, oh, you could just invite yourself to the panel. And I'm like, no, well, not now. I've sent an email, so I've now screwed myself. I sent an email to say, can I be on the panel? And this is why I would like you to get an informed decision. Anyway, I'm getting off the topic. So Muffy says, honestly, being here tonight has made me realize how much I dislike a lot of the channels that I am going to on a daily basis. I am so sorry, Muffy. That is not what I meant. Maybe you're talking about the allegations and stuff. And again, as far as profiling goes, I have no training. I have no degree. I have, before I did a lot of drugs and before I did a lot of alcohol and other drugs, I was pretty smart. Currently, my synapses don't connect very often, and I forget a lot of things. But I'm still fairly smart. So I think I would lean more to a profiler. I've always said, 2 of my regrets in this life, and I know regrets aren't good, but 2 of my regrets in life, I wish I applied to the CIA and the FBI or, some version of them with the famous quote. I don't know where this quote came from, but it's not mine. I've heard it my whole life, but the quote was, and I think it came from CIA, but the quote is, you can't catch a rat with a Boy Scout. They say you can only catch a rat with a rat. And I'm like, that's me. That's me. I can think like them. Get me in that position. So anyway, I don't want to, it's good to hear, Muffy. I'm Yeah, I don't know. Golly, I hope I don't affect you too much. But yeah, it's just stuff. And again, I'm brand new. And I mean, I've spent, I can't imagine how much, but probably 150, 200 hours I've watched. And that's not including what I've streamed. Anyway, it can't be that high, but it's a ton. But I know I'm busy. I'm doing that Terminator thing. I'm scanning and, I try to, so I think I don't have a bunch of time. So I try to, critique or analyze or come to a decision quickly. Now, I will say there's been plenty of streamers that I've liked that I would leave immediately because like they've already been approved. So I'm like, and I subscribe to everybody and I subscribe to everybody. And I've yet to get a notification. Obviously, all my Frankenstein devices aren't set up correctly. So I think I saw an email today. I'm like, email? I'm not staring at my email all day. I'm not going to read that notification. I do have, 18,000 unread emails in there. So there's a reason I don't refer to that stuff. But anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about, but, I just felt like I was real busy. So I had to critique really quickly. And there's been plenty of people that I do not like, and I watch them for 3 hours. I'm like, I'm learning what not to do. I'm learning to tolerate more people. And, so I've done all choices, people I like for hours, people I like for less than 30 seconds, people I don't like, so, and it's because I want to learn fast. I want to get up and running. And, again, the people that have been here forever, OTC, did I ever follow up on OTC's comment? Golly, I hope I think I would be to that point by now that OT said, yes, I want a blue wrench. Sorry, OTC, if you said you want one, I think I would have already been to that comment by now. So anyway, allegedly, for true crime alone, I'm an examiner of fact compared to fiction. Unfortunately, I have no top. You seem like a multitasker. You do a bunch of stuff. Random. What is happening right now? Welcome, Random. I'm sorry I missed you. Let me stream down. Mafia allegedly. I don't know how to pronounce that with a B. And it could be a typo, but I think people really. So Random, I'm going to stream down to other people, see if people came in. So I'm getting close. So what is happening right now? I don't know if you're still here. What is it? An R and a YouTube. So you came from YouTube. I'm JoeHart. I'm a person with disabilities, primarily invisible disabilities. I'm brand new to StreamYard. This is, I guess it's 9th. I thought this was my 10th, but it's my 9th StreamYard. And I'm going to always be testing. I know people don't like that sometimes. And I'm always going to be off topic. And I'm always going to talk too long. And I'm always going to be behind on comments. I want to, on a fairly short, fairly shortly, I'd like to improve upon all those things. What's going on now, meaning this month, is I've only done 9 StreamYards, but 5 of them, I think, were on the free plan. And then I was like, I have to do more platforms. I'm getting nowhere in YouTube. Sorry, guys. I'm getting somewhere in YouTube, but I needed to get more platforms, so I needed to upgrade. So the first upgrade, I only could do 3 destinations, and I was like, nope, I'm black or white. I can't choose which 3. So I went to the next one. You can do 8 destinations or platforms, and I have 6, or I have 6 right now. I think I can get more. So I am testing for a month. So I'm trying, I'm focusing on Twitter because that's by far, this says 3. And there's some people that I've invited up to the panel, and they're like, oh, I'm a little, I'm not, I'm shy and I don't want to go up there. And I'm like, this is a safe place and it's small and intimate. But full disclosure, my Twitter, I'm not huge. I'm small potatoes, but I have a lot of viewers. And I didn't know this until after my first time, and I read the numbers, and I'm like, OMG. So anyway, I don't know if that answered your question. It's probably more confusing. Hey, hello, Random Freestyle. Not too much, just finding out everybody's thoughts on Idaho 4. I hope I stayed fairly on topic. But yeah, Random, I hope it's, I hope that was, anyway. Allegedly, I have said since the day they released the FBI count of agents, serial killer. 2 profilers tell me one profiler is for similar MOs and the other profiler is for this case. Yeah, I think I've heard that from you. Yeah, I mean, that's fascinating. I think the FBI, certainly told us something, and I have that count somewhere, but they're 44, 44, 44, and then they went to 46, I think, or 48. They went up by 2, and but Moscow Police Department went from 33 to 11. That's a pretty big drop. And I know they have a city and they have to continue. This isn't the only thing, and they have to write tickets and they have to patrol. I understand why it went from 33 to 11, but wow, amazing. Allegedly, I think you were and continue to be correct. I just don't know enough about them. JoeHart, you just go up on the panel. They tend to not offer you an olive branch because if you go up and flip out or are rude or obnoxious, they don't want people saying they invited me personally. Okay, let me disseminate that. I'll read that a couple times. You just go up on the panel. What about the email? Why doesn't she just write me and say, I'm too busy to read your email? Or why didn't she just 5 words? Why didn't she just say something? I don't get it. You just go up on the panel. They tend to not offer you an olive branch because if you go up and flip out or are rude or obnoxious, they don't want people saying they invited me personally. Okay, I get that. That makes completely sense. I did have to read it twice. Muffy, I love your content, Joe. Thank you, Muffy. Thank you for coming. I would say you were probably the quickest person to finding out that I stream, got my link. I didn't even post the link. I just posted the @ sign, which I thought was correct. And, you came back within 2 minutes and said subbed. And then 3 hours later, I go live and you're there. And I'm like, oh my goodness. So that was definitely the quickest turnaround. So thank you. I try to be more on, you jump in and wing it. Just start the vibe. And if it goes well, great. And I know one of my flaws, I have a ton of flaws, and I usually tell everybody about all my flaws. But one of my challenges is that at this point in time, those people are celebrities, so, and I mean, I see both sides of that. I know everybody's human. If we go up to Prince, or if we go up to Michael Jackson, or if we go up to Michael, the basketball player, I know they're all human and you got to treat them like human, but they're also celebrities, and it's okay for people to gasp or say stupid things or not know what to say. So I do have that challenge. My all-star panel, it's all in my head, but my all-star panel, I think I would go, but I have no filter. So I would say it. I would say, oh my, I'm fanboying right now. I'm sorry. I'll try to tamp it down. So I do have to watch out about that. You jump in and wing it. Just start the vibe. And if it goes well, great. But my email, I wrote so much, but I was like, I talked too long and I might need a little redirections. And, I've seen plenty of streamers that never redirect the people shared. And I'm like, redirect them. They're cussing. They're on the wrong topic. It's a negative, anyway, he's talking about me when he says he watches people he doesn't like. Who, did I say that? He's talking about me when he says he watches people. No, allegedly. No, I mean, I love everything you do, or I support everything you do. Now, I'm not into, I'm just, I don't have similar, the UFO or cosplaying, or I don't think you've ever said the word cosplaying, but I kind of, I'm just, anyway, he came in and left, I think. Are you talking about me? I don't believe I have, I don't believe I've found your stuff yet, which again, I need everything written. I need everything through Twitter. And I get overwhelmed when you say you have my main TikTok is this, and my, what word did you use? I'll get it. You don't have to type it. Your channel. yeah, your channel TikTok is this. I mean, I get overwhelmed with that. I'm like, oh my golly, start with one. Tell me who, and I follow your Twitter. I don't know if you do Twitter live, and I love Twitter. I drop into your Twitter live no matter what you're talking about. But yeah, I mean, I think we just don't have commonalities. But golly, I hope I didn't. I do impulsively say things, so I might have rashly said something, but I didn't mean to say anything against you. He talks about me when he says he watches people he doesn't like. He came in and left, I think. I hope I didn't. I think I haven't found you. Joe, my comment about me realizing that I'm not really enjoying other channels that I go to just meant that I'm really enjoying the vibe here, and I love the fact that you're not pointing fingers. Thank you very much. I probably have occasionally pointed fingers. And as you can tell, I get upset about this email. This is your emails that really upsetting me. But I kept talking in code, and no one really said, who are you talking about? Why don't you tell us who you're talking about? No one asked that. But later, I just had to confide in someone just so they would know. And it, you know, I during that time, I said, you know what, who I'm talking, and I'm talking to the whole crowd, including Twitter. Hi, Twitter. Thank you for following me. Thank you for sending me. I can't get comments here, so I'll address your comments tomorrow. Please send me stuff. So yeah, I hope I'm pretty good at not pointing fingers. But yeah, I mean, I'm hypersensitive. I'm ultra sensitive. I get hurt really easily. I have asked most of the people on the panel for feedback. I'm like, I know you're busy. You probably can't watch 3 hours. You know, I talk too long. It's going to be 3 hours, 2 hours. So I'm sorry about that. But just come for 5 or 10 minutes. And then I ask them for their feedback. So I'm ultra sensitive. So I would melt, you know, like in Wizard of Oz, the witch that melts. I'm melting. Yeah, I'm not an actor, but I know that quote. So it's, you know, I set myself up. I asked for something that I won't be able to handle, you know, like the officer and the gentleman. I don't know why I have all these references, because I don't generally want outside topics, even though I'm all over the place. But, you know, the officer and the gentleman said, you don't have, you know, you can't handle the truth. You know, so I know I crumble, but I ask for people's feedback, and I want feedback. And, there are people, like allegedly, that's given me quite a bit feedback. And so that might be some of what you're talking about, but I don't know. I just missing out. I just miss hanging out in chats with you, Muffy. We always have great back and forth. Yeah, it looks like you two are doing great. I'm glad you know each other so well. And, you know, Muffy, I'm going to tell all my friends to subscribe to your channel. You're awesome. I want to monetize. I am not misrepresenting myself. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to say that I'm not looking for that. I want people to follow me on Twitter. I mean, I want everybody to follow me everywhere, but I want people to follow me in TikTok. I had in July, now that's getting pretty far away, but in July, I had like 6 followers, and I got it up to 640. So if I was still going to NASCAR races, I could get it up to 1,000, but it's off season, so it's going nowhere. So I want to get to 1,000 so I can go live. And I want to go live because I want to go live. I don't understand recorded. I can't edit and stuff like that. But I also want to go live so I can monetize. I do not want to misrepresent myself. I am not going to lie about that. You know, you read all these things about StreamYard and you watch their videos, and they're like, you got to be all about the audience. And I try to be pretty aware of the audience, but I want to monetize. Muffy F, Dragon Slayer, get them to sub to mine. Everybody follow everybody. I support all, you know, everybody follow everybody. And we can drop links and all that stuff. And I don't know if anybody wants to. Oh, does that go out? You know, I know you all, when I write one comment on my screen, it comes up 3 times. And I think I've been told by y'all that y'all don't see the 3 comments. You only see the 1. But I don't know if like it allegedly would drop a comment. I don't know if that would go out to the 3 destinations. Maybe if we could test that. But anyway, allegedly, you know, if you could, you know, drop my TikTok or my Twitter or both as a test, then we would, I'll try to look for it later. As I say, I'm not a doer. My to-do list is 45 things, and I do 2 of them. And especially now, I'm really ramped up because I want to test this. I know it's $49, but I don't have $49. That's a lot of money. And I definitely don't have $468. So I want to do this test, get it done within 30 days, and decide if I'm going to keep it. And somehow I fundraise. I always, I've been to 160 motorsports events, and, I only have, I need money for gas and I don't have it. And I fund, all other expenses are creatively paid for. So I fundraise for gas a lot. I'm a fundraiser. I tell people I don't have money, and, it does pretty well. So, I'm not sure why I brought that up, but, I fundraise too. So allegedly 22 local FBI, 22 FBI across the US, and 2 profilers. And now you sound pretty, knowledgeable about that. Are you aware of, and there's not many updates. They always say these numbers can change at any point in time. But when I was printing those things up and skimming them and throwing them away, throwing them off to the side and say, I have to read that and highlight it, and I have to know exactly what it says. But skimming it, I thought I was seeing 15 updates of the numbers. And then when I finally went through them, which I now have confirmed today, I've said before, I've printed up in Reddit. I found this thing about the police update, and they've scrunched up. So it's 5 updates in a row, but the top of it was released that day. I got offline and read it all, and I was like, God, that's more substantial than I thought. There really is a lot more information there than I thought. So I went back and I got onto Facebook and I printed up all the updates. And with it, I side on the more extreme side, but I tried, there was a new hire and they had Thanksgiving dinners, and so I tried to just print up the things related to here. Now, they did say, even though Thanksgiving's coming up, we're going to work through Thanksgiving. So I printed that up because it's kind of related to the case. I know I probably printed up too much, but anyway, I have now confirmed today, because I've read the first 10 or 15 of them, or, I have now read a couple, and I have now confirmed that, yes, there are multiple times that they modify the original update, which I think is bizarre. And I know allegedly you're like, yeah, I don't know I forget what you called it, but something like precise. I'm butchering what you said, but exact responsibility, they have to be held responsible. Something, that's what I got when you said it, but you can tell me down in the comments. But so I have now confirmed that, yes, there have been 7, and I'm only through the first 10 or 15, but they have now changed the wording in updates, which is weird. That's what an update's for. It's for them to say, okay, either way, we made a mistake, or we now have more current information, or we're, clarification because of the prosecutor was talking too much, or the coroner was talking too much, or, whatever. So I have now confirmed that. But anyway, I assume you're up to date on all that stuff, allegedly, but I was blown away. Again, they have edited these things, so they may have taken some of those number counts out that I thought I saw when I skimmed them, when I printed them up. But I have now gone through all of them for that. For the police, I'm 94% or 95% certain that I have the pretty precise numbers, and all the pretty precise numbers. I have to read them all to say, yes, now I'm 100% sure that I have all the numbers. But I think that's neat to see how it's gone up and down. But anyway, thank you. Allegedly, I miss you too. I always enjoy chatting with you. I love how intellectual you are. I feel like I'm always learning something from you. Yes, I agree. Allegedly, you're cool. Muffy. Allegedly, I will. By the way, Joe. Oh, but Joe, Muffy. Muffy. I have to. Again, Muffy, I'm so sorry that I gave Gordon credit for that great question you had. And I hope I answered that enough. We can always, I'm sure I didn't, again, I could talk for 4 hours about what my philosophy, or whatever you asked about the Idaho 4. And I like interactions, and I like panels, and I like all that stuff. But if there's anything I didn't address that you want to address, I can talk about the dog if you want. I shy away from it because, golly, of all people, that dog cannot, that dog can't speak for itself. I mean, Jack S and Jack K and Jack D, they can kind of speak for themselves, even though their life will never be the same. They cannot return to their life before the 13th ever again. They'll never return to that life. And I think that's our responsibility. I think media screwed up. I know we're supposed to try to figure some things out, but anyway, but Joe, you forgot you're also going to be awesome. Well, thank you. I'm not sure what I said to get that, but thank you. Allegedly to Muffy. Oh, got to click it. Allegedly Muffy, I'm considering, if I reach monetization phase, donating half of my monetization to one organization per year. I'll let my subs vote on which one every year. That is so cool. Do y'all know how to do, oh, that didn't work. How come that didn't work? I see my 3 comments. I don't know if you saw that comment. So you probably saw that comment. I was trying to put in exclamation point Nightbot. I'm sure you've been in enough streams, you know about those automatic things. Exclamation point Twitter, or exclamation point safety, or whatever. So once I figure out how to do that, I'm going to have 175 of those things. But if anybody happens to know, can I do that in StreamYard without another app? And I did just go from free StreamYard to the 3rd level. It's called Professional. It's $49 a month per month, and it's $460 a year, which you're paying for 9 months. You get 3 months free. So does anybody know if those things is something I can do in StreamYard without upgrading to another whatever program? I call them programs. I know that's 30 years old. They're not but app or whatever. So that's what that is. And y'all don't see this, but I guess you do see it. So that's JoeHart from JoeHart 2 from Twitch. And that is JoeHart from Facebook. That's the page. So Muffy, allegedly, oh my goodness, that is so kind. That is very kind. That is so amazing. JoeHart, the comment about he came in and left was for OTC. Oh, thank you. I mean, sorry, I misinterpreted. I thought you might be talking about me going to your streams, because the comment right before that said, I think, and then you didn't name me, but I think you were talking about me, that, and because you had the laugh sign at the end of it and stuff. But so right after that, I thought you were talking about me. So I did miss that. So Muffy, thank you, Joe. Amazing life. Thank you, Muffy. Muffy, hello, Twitter. I love Elon Musk. Muffy, do you want to come up to a panel? And it's intimate. There's only 3 here, and there's 200 over in Twitter. So it's not intimate. Full disclosure. You can treat it like it's 3 people and it's safe, but I don't use Nightbots at all. Cool. Do you know if I can? Is it within StreamYard native, or people adding something else to it? They need to have a chain of evidence. That's what it is. Never alter, add to, and label it as an update. But they keep changing everything, leaving 0 change of evidence. And again, I mentioned it before, and I was like, I just saw it oral, verbally, so I wasn't sure if I was right. But now I have it. I see it here, and I see it. I see the change. Now, a lot of the changes are, they expound, like, the 2 surviving housemates, they'd say, and they were there during the event. And then that update that said that they were there during the event, they would ask, they would add to that. So it was mostly trying to, fill the story a little more, or add color to it, or whatever. So some of the changes were okay, but that's what updates are for. And they do have the asterisks, and they say clarification, and then they make the clarification, and they say, as far as our previous, we said this and we meant this, and so some of it's okay, but yeah, chain of evidence. They shouldn't be rewriting those things. And I mean, prior to doing YouTube Live and discovering crime sleuthing, sorry, I'm going to call it crime sleuthing. Before I discovered this, I would always say in my streams, just about every stream, I'd say, so I'm OCD, I'm methodical, I'm meticulous. So if you would spend 2 hours on a project, I'm going to spend 20 hours on the project. And people are like, ha, 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 ha. And then someone would be like, well, I'm OCD, I'm pretty close. But anyway, and I'm not talking about anybody, I'm just generalizing, but there seems to be more people than zero that can relate to me and are similar to me. So I'm going to have to somehow modify that. Like maybe I'm just guessing in the wind, just that, so I would say, if you take 6 hours for a project, I'll take 9 hours for a project. So, I think we're closer. There's, but yeah. Oh, anyway, the reason I brought up the LCD is, I talk about it all the time, but, I'm wondering how many people are realizing that they are changing the updates. I mean, generally people don't print up things and, that kind of stuff. Muffy, let's both go up on. Yeah. You all are welcome. And it's already 3 hours, but I'm sure I can go longer. And, I have to eat and pee and all that stuff. But that's why you have a panelist, so you can walk away for stuff. So, okay. So, yes, you both are invited. If I could get Muffy, if Muffy could just say, okay, I'm willing to do it, then I'll drop the link. If she doesn't, if Muffy responds, which again, this could be a 60-second delay, but if Muffy responds in the negative, which I hope you do not, I'll drop the link anyway. So let me go copy it. And so it's copied. That's where I started getting, when I drop a link, that's how I get trolls, which I'm not hard. I don't crumble with trolls. I don't usually think of them as trolls, but the pin picture, that was definitely and I'll try to remember allegedly, the mini pinky picture or something like that. You said something like that. So anyway, so I'm not talking about you all, but that's why I hesitate. But there it is, paste, and now I'm going to hit it. I'm going to click on it. And poof, there it is. And again, I see 3 comments, so all the comments are off the screen. So breaking the chain of evidence generally means they make close to 90% mistakes, and removing information is illegal. I don't know if you're active on Twitter, and I don't want to get political, but when Trump was on Twitter and he was the president, he would unfollow people and he'd block people. And people sued, and he would erase tweets, and he was sued, and they're like, "You're the president." Hey, allegedly. And Muffy, don't feel the pressure to come up, but you're welcome to come up. And it is. Don't worry about the 200 people on Twitter. It's probably not really 200. It just adds up to 500 or 600 throughout the night. So anyway, let's so hey, allegedly, how you doing?
Hey, what's happening?
Not much. Golly, thanks for hanging out, man. This has been a long, whew.
Dude, I've been tired the past couple of days. I've like cleaned my apartment. I changed everything around, moved everything around, broke a shelf completely.
Oh wow.
I've just been tired all weekend. I don't even know what's going on. Like last night, I was barely able to stay awake. But yeah. Oh, bummer, Muffy. I was hoping you'd come up and hang out with us and have a chit chat.
Let's see. What's my allegedly? And Joe, I can't tonight. I'm in the middle of making 4 different kinds of scones and 3 ovens going. LOL. Next time. Anytime. You are always invited, Muffy. Anytime. And I love baking. And I always have questions when I read comments. Don't divulge information about where you're at, but are you in your private residence and you have 3 ovens? Holy moly, are you a chef? Again, don't divulge too much, but that's what caught me. Is that a work? Don't tell me if it's, whatever. Answer whatever you want. So now allegedly, I'm sure you have heard me say dozens of times that, I'm exhausted and I'm not sleeping well and I'm not eating well. but I don't multitask, so I can directly point it at, the Idaho 4. That's what's draining me. And also, I do have free rent in my head with, the email that's not getting a response and all that stuff. And I need to get better at letting go on that stuff. But would you say your tiredness is mostly about Idaho 4, or that's 5% of it, or 20% of it, or what do you think? Are you on mute? I'm not sure what happened to you allegedly, but I'll read comments.
Oh man, the mute button would not work.
Hi, welcome back.
I always mute myself so this way background sound doesn't like interrupt. With cases, the first time it ever bothered me was Gabby Petito.
Oh.
And after that, all their cases have been kind of like not mentally exhausting. Not Ellen Greenberg. Eliza Fletcher was probably the most recent one where I had spent, out of 5 days, I only got 2.5 hours sleep, and I did no work at all because we were busy digging up stuff that nobody even looked at for the case. That one was kind of stressful. And not to overburden you with information, but Eliza Fletcher was like a 40-year-old woman, 40 to 50-year-old. She was jogging, she was kidnapped, and then found murdered. So magically, the husband asked his friend to bike down her jogging path, which this was the first day her jogging partner wasn't with her. And it just so happened 20 to 30 minutes before she was kidnapped, the man who did it parked on the end of the street she was jogging on. He parked there 20 to 30 minutes beforehand. And when she came up, he jumped out, forced her in the vehicle. They sat in the parking lot for 9 minutes, and then they drove away, and the phone was dumped, or the phone broke and landed on the ground. So the husband asks his friend to go search for her. He finds the phone magically on a big street, brings the phone back to the husband along with a pair of sandals, and the police confiscate the sandals and the phone, and they find DNA evidence of the man who the sandals belonged to. He had a track record of raping women and theft, but never murder.
Oh, geez.
And in this circumstance, when they released the autopsy report, I immediately grabbed the full unedited report, sent it to my the mortician, coroner, and medical examiner that I personally know. And I said, tell me if you see any sexual assault in this. And they read it 4 times. They said no sexual assault. And then they realized whose case file it was. And they said, wait a minute, are you sure this is her case file? And I said, yes. And they said, this doesn't, they all said unanimously, this does not fit his MO. He kidnaps her and murders her for nothing. And I said, correct. So me and the person that I spent those 5 days with, no sleep, we found a connection of the husband to the person who found the phone and the sandals. But what he reported was he was just a resident of the area, which is not true. He lived really far away. So the husband told the police, oh no, I asked him to go look. They never released his name until one newspaper report. And in all other reports, they never mentioned. They said that it was a resident. Then the husband's best friend and boss shows up at the crime scene the day that they found her, and they said, who are you? And he says, I'm a friend of hers. And all they listed him as was her friend, not the husband's best friend. Now the thing is, she just became a billionaireess.
Oh golly.
And the husband had no ability to access the funds from that particular account for all that fortune. but he inherits it if she dies.
Oh, that's horrible.
But the police said he had no involvement. The only person that did it was this guy.
Oh my goodness. Now let me try to catch up on comments. I'm going to highlight all comments, but I just wanted to talk about all yours, Muffy, because you're writing so much. But I know sometimes you see them and sometimes you don't, allegedly. So it says, let's see. So Muffy says, allegedly, I love your voice. So many people say that, allegedly. And Muffy says, thank you, Joe. I think that's about your welcome. You can always be up on a panel. You can probably even get a blue wrench if you want a blue wrench. Muffy, yes, I have 3 ovens at my house. OMG. I love baking. I try to stay, whatever. I'm trying to lose weight. Muffy, the Watts case really bothered me. Oh my goodness. And oh yeah, I remember the Fletcher case. So and random, why did it take so anyway, random.
So random freestyle. The reason it took so long was everybody that was still alive slept in to the next morning. The reason I find that hard to believe, they weren't drinking. They said they were home, they were hanging out, they just decided to go to bed and lay down, and they were just asleep. Now, one of them in a newspaper report claimed that they locked the door because they heard noise upstairs, which would explain locking your door, because if you have a bunch of people over drinking, you're not going to leave your door unlocked so some random guy can come down and walk in. So they said that they locked the door and they just went to bed. But if you weren't partying and drinking and you went to bed roughly or between 2 and 4 a.m., why are you sleeping in until noontime? That doesn't make sense to me. Even me as an older person, not in college, I don't even sleep until noon.
Yeah, it's a good question, Random. I think we all have our own interpretations and speculation and stuff. I haven't heard that they didn't drink. I haven't heard that. I guess I've done a lot of research on some stuff, and then I'm way behind on other stuff. But I had originally thought that they probably were drinking, because most college kids do drink, and they got home at 1, which by their book, that's probably pretty early, but
really early. Correct.
That's kind of late for some people, so I would think they were out enough to be drinking. But anyway, they got home at 1. I think, I know, I'm pretty sure that it's been verified. I know, I guess the Chiefs answered the question during a conference that the door was open, and I think it was spotted at 8:30 in the morning. I don't think that was the killer. I think somehow it just opened. But I think I originally thought that they overslept till, 11, and then it took them 50 minutes to get up and pee and get their cigarette, and then realize something's funky, and then go summon their friends. I don't know if summon means they went to get them or they called them. You can summon in many different ways, but they summoned them. And then by that time it's 11:50, and they say that one of those 2 women's phone was used, but they won't say who made the call. So I think it's reasonable from 11 to 11:50 that all that, it took that long. If I'm wrong.
Here's what bothers me, Joe.
Sure.
So you have 2 people sleeping, right? Let's say they did drink. Let's just say they did drink. Now, anybody who's in chat, including us here on panel, what happens when you drink. You people have to pee more often than not, right? So let's say they went to sleep between 2 and 4. We're going to say they were in the room, locked the door, laid down, went to sleep. That means there's 2 different people who didn't have to pee until noontime. So you mean both of them decided they were going to sleep until the exact moment they were both going to wake up near noon? Then they were going to get up, stir, walk around the house, do what they had to do, notice something, or, whatever the case may be. And then voila, they make a phone call to bring friends over. I think the police use the word summon.
I think one of the things I think about speculation is, and again, I'm new. I'm the new kid on the block, and I don't even think I'm on the block yet. Again, these people aren't answering my emails and stuff. But the one thing I think about speculation, if you don't think they're guilty of the crime, we ought not tear them apart. And I think you've said you don't think those two women are guilty of the crime. So that's why I'm like, let's don't tear them apart. Who cares what they did? If they woke up at 8 and they didn't call till 11:30, there's a reason. But if
there's importance behind that. So let's say that you and I were roommates and we had somebody come over and they passed away. You and I would more than likely call up the 911 and say, hey, we need an ambulance here. Somebody's down on the ground. We think they might have passed out or they're dead. We don't know. They would ask us the basic questions. Can you go over and see if they're breathing? That's just looking for the chest moving up and down. Then we would say yes or no.
And we're older. I think it's okay for a 19-year-old to not do that.
Right, exactly. But there's reasons why they didn't. Now, the word summon, I think that's the police wording. I don't think that that's what the kid said. I don't think they turned and said, well, we got up, we noticed something, so we summoned everybody to the home. I think the police used that because they were trying to sound professional and use big word language rather than saying, well, they called a friend or one girl went next door and got somebody. Instead, they said, and at that point they summoned, and I think it was the first word that popped into his head that meant bringing people to a location. So he was just like summoned. And for police, that makes sense because you get summoned to court, you get summoned to all these other places. So I think the word summoned was just the police vernacular and not what the kid said.
And I agree. I don't think the kid said it. I think the cop said it to be vague. So what do you think actually happened? Do you think they used a phone or do you think they actually walked somewhere?
So I'm not trying to like burn people or make people look bad. But when I had a place where I stayed with 5 other people, we were all video gamers and we played online role-playing games. It was EverQuest, so that tells you how old I am. And it was when it first came out, so that tells you how old I am. But yeah. We had different floors. We had a 3-story house. This was 3 stories, not including the basement or the attic. We called it the horseshoe gamer. So me, who played 5 characters at once, we had 5 computers in a horseshoe form that was in the attic. Usually I would go up there and run 4 to 5 different characters for a group. And then everybody else would play their main characters. But whenever Brian needed a cigarette, he would come all the way up, sneak all the way up to the 5th floor to grab my pack of cigarettes and my lighter. And then he'd walk all the way back downstairs. And then he'd have to bring the pack all the way back up again. So for me, I think they were wide awake at 8, 9, or 10, talking, chilling, laughing, looking at their phone, going through stuff, messaging people here and there. And I think they were like, shit, I can't find my vape, or I can't find a cigarette. Can you go up and grab one from, upstairs? One of the people started to go up the stairs, noticed something that just seemed off, and then was like, oh, I don't know what to do. Then they were like, oh, you know what? Call Bobby. I bet you Bobby would just walk up there and grab it. So they called somebody. That person came over. That person went up, discovered what it was, came back down and said, give me your phone. Give me your damn phone.
Right. Let's
phone call.
Now,
so they made it sound so mysterious by using the word summoned that people are like, it was the roommates or the dad or Jack or Jill or Tommy. People just started pointing fingers because they made it sound more mysterious than what it was.
So even though, as I often say, I don't have a job. I don't think I really have a life, but I still think time is really, really, really important. And so when I'm listening inside another stream and they start talking about someone that they don't think is guilty, my immediate thought is, let's move on. Let's talk about someone that we think is guilty without crucifying them. But I think there's just not enough time to go into a dissertation about all 47 players. I don't think that helps anybody, but and I don't want to be, I would never want to be the channel of, oh, his channel always, rags on people. I don't want to be known for that. But do you think that's again, I'm new and I'm just trying to figure out how I would do this stuff, but it seems like there's just not enough time. Let's let's get to our profile, or let's get to what we think about stuff. If we don't think the two women did anything except made poor choices on when they called, or they, she's bisexual, or her boyfriend is a gangster wannabe, who cares? If we think the gangster boyfriend is guilty and that Dylan had something to do with it, then it's okay. But if we don't think they're guilty, golly, just.
So here's why I think it's important. Why I think knowing what happened in there with every single person is important. Let's say I was the killer, right?
Okay.
I spent 5 straight hours doing my job, what I was there to do, picking up stuff, taking stuff, whatever, making it look like whatever. Then I decided I was going to take a shower, and I brought a change of clothes that was sitting maybe in a bag in another room. And I get out of the shower, change my clothes, and I realized somebody came upstairs and they're on the phone with 911. First they called friends to come over. I would blend in with the group. So the importance of what they saw and who was there for me would be, I want names of every person. Well, there was a guy, I don't even know who it was. Do you know who it was? No, I don't. I think he might have come here a couple times. I don't know his name. Well, can you go talk to our guy, our sketch artist, and give us a drawing? This person might have walked out when the police arrived and just said, I'm so shaken up. I came over when all of our friends started coming over, and just walked away. Clean as a whistle. Nobody knows.
Yeah, those are good points. Yeah.
So if we knew what time they woke up, what they did the whole time, who they called to come over, and exactly who was there as the police arrived and started dismissing people or letting people walk out the door, we might have a suspect. But since they didn't do that, unfortunately, we know they didn't do that, because when the police showed up, they said they summoned people over. You know what that means? We ushered them out so we could start our investigation. That means they didn't question everybody. They just said, hey, go outside, but don't leave, which means somebody could have walked outside and just strolled right away in the woods. Walked right away. Plastic bag in their backpack filled with bloody clothes, just strolling off, walking down the street, getting to the next location, and then getting in a car, driving away. And everybody has no idea who it was, because the police, they just said, oh, this is a bloodbath. Let's back out, and, we'll start questioning people in a minute. But I don't think they questioned everybody as they ushered them outside. I think they said, you shouldn't have invited all these people. Everybody go outside and wait there, because that there's no 30 police that show up at the same time. It's 1 or 2 cars with 4 officers. All 4 officers went in the house. So who was outside monitoring all the kids coming out?
Those are good points. I'm going to try to catch up on comments, and I'll probably just plow through them instead of addressing each one of them, or I might say a word or two, but I just feel bad. They're saying some great stuff, and I'm way behind. So Muffy says, random freestyle. That's a very good question. Wait, I guess it should start with that. So random, why did it take so long for that hope for it to be discovered the following morning? We've covered that mostly. And then Muffy, random freestyle. That's a very good question. And Muffy, yeah, I don't believe their sleeping story. Yeah, I don't think it's important. But random, I don't think I believe it either. But random, wouldn't the ex-boyfriend have seeked the 2 girls after the multiple texts received by them? I completely agree with Muffy's answer right after that. And Muffy said, random freestyle. I have heard that Kaylee has a history of blowing up Jack's phone, so he probably didn't think anything of it. And, also he probably had a love-hate relationship. Like, he probably idolized her, so he wants a call in case he gets laid, but he also might get pissed and might ignore the calls. That would I think. So Muffy, I think they're scared and shocked, didn't know what to do. Yeah, the girls, the women. I like to call them women. Oh, I'm caught up. I didn't know I caught up. So, okay, this is a different topic, which we can still keep talking about the one topic that we're on if you want, allegedly, and Muffy and everybody. But the last comment I see is for random, and this is a different topic, but it says, why is Adam now the food truck guy and not Jack S? I could answer that. I'm not super knowledgeable. I'm not up to date. I'm a numbers guy. I see a lot of streams. I would say not everybody has changed that person's name And when you say food truck guy, I mean, obviously there's 20 guys at the food truck, but when they say food truck guy, we usually mean the hoodie guy. Now, I don't think 100% of the people have changed the hoodies guy name from Jackass to Adam. I think some think that is now Adam. But my big issue about whether that's Adam or not, you know, yeah, hoodie guy. Thank you, Random. So the one thing I have about it is, if we are to believe the video that was released yesterday and today, you know, the audio yesterday and the video today, and, you know, Kaylee and Maddie are caught on camera talking, and, you know, they say, what did you tell Adam? And she says, like everything, or some version. I'm paraphrasing that. Sorry. And if Adam's, because that's clearly the hoodie guy, and clearly they are together. I know the two women ignored the hoodie guy at the food truck, and I think they're just not super nice girls. And the hoodie guy's needy, and so he's going to be around whether he gets, you know, whether he gets attention or not. But they clearly were together. So if he's Adam, they were asking about what Adam was. You know, they're talking about him, right? He's not Adam. He wouldn't be talked about right in front of the two girls. They would say. Anyway, go ahead. I'm not knowledgeable about it. So what do you think?
Well, there was something that I shared before the FBI numerical release of agents. When they first showed the food truck video, and I know Muffy can verify this, she was in that live chat. Actually, both of them. I think it was Crazy Crime Chick, then ATS, and then CDT.
Oh, wow.
So I had jumped from each and every one of those because ATS does 8 a.m., CDT does like 11:15, Crazy Crime Chick did 1:30.
Oh, wow.
While watching it, I said he didn't come up and surprise them. It's clear he showed up. Now, at the end, when he lifts his hand, like, what the fuck? And that's what they said later. It was like 2 weeks later, they got the audio, and the guy, Joe, specifically said, I told him, look, they're leaving. And he said, what the fuck? So I was 100% right without even knowing what was going on, because I used to do the Philly nightlife, and I would see these situations where a girl calls a guy, says, hey, you want to come out with us tonight? Because they have no money, which we know she didn't have money because she had to share food with her friend. That you invite a guy to come out, he pays for your drinks all night, and then you ditch him so that you don't have to sleep with him. And that's the exact scenario that you see as the time goes on through all these videos. They show up at the food truck. She doesn't have money for even food. This guy doesn't buy anything. He's standing there waiting for them because he's like, I just spent the night spending all this money on them. I'm going to tell everybody I'm their protector so that nobody tries to hit on them. And then when they ditched him, he was like, what the fuck? And that's when he tried to go to the road because the car was probably still sitting there, and he was about to jump in until they took off, which tells me the girls were probably like, go, dude, drive. So he drives away, and you could see him go from the road where he was headed. He cuts back and then walks really fast around the corner to the right. And we know about that area, it's a big loop. So if you want to get anywhere within that area, you just follow the road. It's a loop.
Yeah, those are yeah, that's a lot of information for sure. Now, I mean, I don't know if we know that he bought their drinks and stuff. I mean, Joe V, I do believe, said that quite a few men approached them. And I assume that those two women are equipped to be able to freely accept drinks, and, you know, so that they kind of know what that dance is. But I don't know if Hoodie Guy did that. Now, I think Random's freestyle is specifically, maybe I miswrote it. Let me read it again. Why is Adam now the food truck guy and not Jack S? So that's what the question is. What's your thoughts on why did everybody suddenly make the hoodie guy Adam instead of Jack S? Not the history on Jack S.
I just think that's all the people just randomly throwing stuff out. Now a new name is out, and they're like, you know what? I bet you that's what that guy's name is. Because that's how it works in true crime, whether or not it's true. And just to make it true, one of them will make an anonymous profile in a Facebook group, go in there and post, the guy in the hoodie is Adam. I know this because he's my second cousin's brother's next door neighbor's dog's previous owner.
But yeah, I agree. So Random, I don't know if you've seen the video. I think it was released today by New Nation or it was a Facebook group, and I'm part of that group, and it's a great group, but you have to disseminate just like Reddit. But the video came from that group. But anyway, so I don't know if you've seen the video, but it shows, and I just described this, so I assume you already heard it, but it just, it has Kaylee and Maddie and a third person who is clearly, to me, and I never say something on a video is clear. It's grainy and I can't see things and stuff like that. I finally figured out a setting on my computer to make things clear. OMG. So now I can see things, but it's always been grainy. So anyway, it's clearly the hoodie guy. And I still call the hoodie guy Jack S, but I don't like to call people out, especially because I don't think he's guilty. So I'll say the hoodie guy. But he's clearly with them. When they show up, the grub truck, and that stream, by the way, is called Grub Truckers. The food truck is called Grub Truckers on Twitch. And as a plug for them, I don't need to plug them. But anyway, so as soon as the two women walk into the view of the camera, hoodie guy is right between them. And I don't believe those two women would let any man get between them unless they were together. So clearly the three of them walked up together. Again, the two women ignored him while they were there, but that's what women do. That can happen. So anyway, if you've seen that, then you would know that clearly, anyway, the quote was, and I'm butchering it, but Kaylee said, "What did you tell Adam?" And to paraphrase, Maddie said, I told him everything. And so, again, if they're talking about Adam, they wouldn't, he's standing right there. So they wouldn't be talking about him So anyway, I think that would clear that up. So random freestyle hoodie. Yes. Oh, wait, let me click it. Random freestyle hoodie. Yes. By the way, random, I don't recognize your name or anything. And most of my subscribers are not, most of my viewers have come from one or two streams. So feel free to let me know if you came from one in particular. I was on the panel a lot. And so it's always good to hear from people from that stream. Random. Yes. Thanks. Yes. We tried to clarify it. And Muffy says, rumors and lies are causing so much confusion. And, I'm certainly guilty of it for sure. I did enough research to get, and again, prior to 4 weeks ago, I researched something so that I was 100% correct, that every word that came out of my mouth was correct. And I'm not operating at that level. And there's so much information. So I will collect 70% of the truth, my truth, if there's different truths, but 70% of the truth. And then sometimes I color in the other 30. Now, in the last 2 weeks, I'm like, Joe, stop mentioning names. It is so unfair. They're being crucified. There's only one guilty party. There is not 45 guilty parties. There's one guilty party. So anyway, so yeah, I certainly am part of that, but I completely agree with you, Muffy. Rumors and lies are causing much confusion. And it's, it's kind of like what allegedly is talking about is, when you're in a live stream like me, and of course I'm not going to have 1,000 viewers like Brittany, but there's a million people, and everybody's like, we're all at different levels of knowledge about the case, and we all can't be at 100%. We're not all at a 0%. There's a range. So when they say, "Oh, I think Jack's guilty," and then all the knowledgeable people, they say, "There's 3 Jacks. Who the F are you talking about?" And then they're like, "What? I didn't know that." And then someone else is like, Jack S is the ex-boyfriend. It's like, no, you got the wrong Jack, so that kind of stuff. So it is, and I do believe, I'm sure it doesn't sound like I believe, but I do believe that the crime sleuthers online can and could and have and will help LE solving cases. I believe in that. And I don't, that's what I would prefer not hearing any particular stories about that. But, I believe that's true. But I'm at least tonight, and I think last night I was ragging a lot too. I need to stop doing that so much. But, you know, I think it would be great if we could try to get back to, you know, I mean, you know, there was a stream last night where there was one stream last night that covered a video. And again, there was hundreds of people saying, yeah, he's guilty, he's guilty. And then another stream started right after that. And that streamer went in as a guest, just chatting. And then, you know, then someone just showed up and they said, hey, can I come up on panel? And, you know, the person was like, yeah, I'll bring you up on panel. And they went up. That was the person we were just talking about. That was the person that was just talking about. And so it was, you know, if I am going to judge the person, which we're all judging every second of the day. We are judging, stick with the winners, all that kind of stuff. You know, we judge. So if I would judge them, I thought it was a relatively good interview. It was relatively cool. The person was really young and acting really mature. And
it would have been the smartest way to do it if you're the killer. The smartest way to do anything is insert yourself in the case, which is why when I said smoke shop guy, he's obviously lying. His interview was done 3 weeks after they released all the information that he relayed was told to him by the girls. All he did was watch the news and said, oh, I talked to them. They were my friends.
And it was the bar. You know, he mentioned everything that was public.
Exactly. And a smart criminal, if they're really on his trail, you call. And especially in today's world, and you say, hey, can I have a conversation? Yeah, it wasn't me. I wouldn't be talking to you if it was. Why wouldn't you be? Well, you know, I can tell you that I'd rather be singing and doing my modeling, but I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm saying a criminal would do that. You know what kind of criminal? A narcissistic, psychotic serial killer, a murderer who just killed 4 people. They would just come right out and have a conversation and say they were innocent because they don't want to be caught. They want to watch all of this chaos that's going on. So yeah, any of them could be at this point.
And my opinion, I mean, the point of my story is kind of close to what you were saying. I don't think he's guilty, but suddenly that entire room that had hundreds of viewers, they suddenly were like, oh, you're so cool. Oh, we're sorry. And even the people on the panelists were saying, and the one person that streamed the video about the person got up on panel and she was, wow, she took responsibility. She said, yes, I did it. And, you know, I'm sorry. But anyway, none of us can tell what someone is, you know, what they're capable of doing. No, none of us. So anyway, that was my point, is that at the end of this interview with this person we just accused, you know, everybody's like, oh, you're so cool, I'll follow you, and, you know, all that stuff. But I mean, the bottom line is we just don't know, you know. But again, I'm not going to say he was the killer because he immersed himself in the stream, but it was kind of cool that he did that. But anyway, that was my only point, is that
no, it's a good point. I love that point. Really good thing you brought up.
Yeah, you know, everybody was saying that he was the worst and he's the killer, and then they're saying that everybody's saying he's great and they want to follow him. And I'm like, well, no, it was a cool interview, but I don't think he's super cool. You know, he still did some art and music that was really dark, really, really, really dark. So, you know, you don't just say, oh, wow, you know. But anyway, that's it. So Muffy says,
yeah, I was just going to say, Muffy just asked us a question.
Yeah, sorry, Muffy. Joe, and allegedly, do you think the killer was already in the house when everyone arrived home? What do you think, allegedly?
It's really, it's too hard to know. I mean, it was nighttime. Anybody could have entered, climbed a wall, climbed into a window at any point in time, because here's the one factor. Nobody's watching the house 24 hours a day from every direction for no reason. So whether he was inside before they got there, which I don't think would have been too possible. If you think about the logic behind it, he would have had to be extremely quiet, extremely still, and just sit there and wait. And it would have to be in a spot where nobody else was. He could have came through the window of the vacant apartment and then made his way through the house that way. But we don't even know which floor was hit first. They're just, everybody's making assumptions. Well, I think he did this first, and I think he did this second. You don't know that. They haven't released any of the information. So what if he walked in the house, like Gray used? He created a 3D imaging
And
that was cool. Yeah.
Yeah, you saw it, right? Where he showed the person
beautiful.
walk in,
Yeah.
go up the stairs, commit the murders, go down the stairs, backtrack, commit the murders, and walk out, which would make sense if you were trying to do things in a very methodical way. If, you know, it would make sense to me too. Think about it. Let's say Joe and Muffy were asleep in the same room on the top floor, and then two girls were on the second floor. Well, truthfully, I don't want to chance the guy waking up amidst me, doing the two on the second floor. I would go to the third floor and kill Joe first because he's the biggest threat out of all of them. The biggest threat. And I'm not saying that women are weak. What I'm saying is this is a athletic man who can, he would have stamina and power. So you would go, if you were smart, you would go to that room first. But we don't know.
That is generally. I mean, there's plenty of volleyball players that are stronger than football players. You know, there's plenty of women that are more stronger than men. Anyway,
I don't know if he was under the bed. Muffy, this is something that the father, I think, said, or the sister, Olivia. She said the beds were on the floor. And that's because everybody was moving around and shifting furniture. So I don't think he was under the bed. I believe the person approached the bed, laid on top of the first victim, inserted the blade, second. So let's say that he did the upstairs first with the guy. He would go upstairs and take the guy
second
first.
floor? You mean second floor?
No, the second floor are the two girls, right?
No, the second girl is Ethan and Xana.
Oh, okay. So he would go up to the third floor and he would lay on top of the first girl while he was doing it because the weight, her being intoxicated, would make sense. So the other girl, hearing something happening, could have opened her eyes, looked over, and didn't see a knife, but maybe she thought somebody was punching the girl. So she could have tried to stop him, which if you wrap yourself around somebody from the side or from the back, they have to struggle. That means they're going to start reaching back, pulling you, swinging the knife into you and pulling you with the knife, which would explain the gouges. It doesn't mean he was focused on her. She was the target. It means he had to use excessive force for the person that woke up while the first one was being killed. Then on his way out, could have encountered the guy or said, hey, those are the other two I'm looking for, and went in there. For me personally, I don't think people went walking around looking for a noise. I think he managed to get to each room individually.
Good point. I guess my take, and Muffy, that's thank you for the question. And
Hey, Angie.
You're hi Angie. I don't see I'm a little behind on comments. I don't see it, but welcome. Hello, I'm JoeHart from Vermont, person with disabilities. Muffy says my gut tells me he was under Maddie's bed. My take on it, and again, I'm not experienced. I would say he was not in the house before. There's just too many different times that people came home, 2 at 1 o'clock, 2 at 1:45, 2 at 1:52. I do believe they tracked the killer, the perp tracked. By the way, I just noticed on Twitter that I've been, there's a warning on my stream because of the content, which makes sense. I try to put that. I agree. But anyway, that probably has diminished my numbers greatly. So anyway, it probably won't be very, very busy there tonight. But anyway, I think he tracked someone home, either Xana and Ethan at the frat house, or the two women, Xana. I mean, Maddie, and so I think he tracked them. He was in the backwoods, which Brian Enton says you can't really hide there, but I think you can probably hide there for 40 minutes. So he tracked them home, just let them do their stuff. When the light went out, he had some random time, like let's wait 20 minutes so they go to bed, or whatever. And everybody goes to bed differently, but they just picked the time and then they went in. So I think he was not in the house. And I haven't heard anything about the beds being on the floor. But let's see. Let me see. Random. Most likely he didn't even know Ethan was there. I hear that a lot. I know I was born in 1960, so I can't really say I'm a 60s child, and I can't really say I'm a 70s flower child, but I do believe it's still true today when two people are dating, unless they're celibate or they have some arrangement and they're waiting until marriage, or all that stuff really exists. But as you know, I think with their Instagrams and their TikToks, I wouldn't guess they're celibate. So I would imagine most college kids that are dating, and I know I might be a flower child, but I think that couple was always in Ethan's bed or Xana's bed and rarely apart. So I
agree.
I think the killer tracked the house and he knew exactly where all 6 people were, and he knew Ethan was there. And I don't mean they're not promiscuous. That's just what people do.
Oh,
so,
yeah, that's normal nowadays.
And it could be, you know, like you could say out of 15 days, they took a day off, you know, so there might be days that they took off, but I think the killer knew exactly where all 6 people were. So Muffy says, I'm sorry, did I, how do you want to respond allegedly?
NG had put in, it could have been one of the police that were there investigating loud noise complaints a month before. They probably would have had the training and know the house. So Muffy will tell you that and the funny thing is people love to ridicule and laugh at me. But then when I start bringing up cases, people are like, oh, I forgot about that. So we have cases of professors who have caused harm and taken the lives of many students. We have campus security, local police officers who are corrupt. Not all police are corrupt. And I'm saying that because there are corrupt police officers and really good police officers. We need police no matter how anybody looks at it. Because
I agree, Muffy.
Somebody breaking into my house, I'm not calling Joe and saying, hey, Joe, I know you're in Vermont, but somebody's breaking into my house. Can you come stop it? I'm calling 911.
You can feel free not to use our names as a hypothetical. You can feel free, except Joe is a common name, you know, and Joe V is a player. So,
right.
I think it'd be okay not to be mentioning Muffy and me as a hypothetical in this situation.
But the facts are we need police. And the truth is there are corrupt people in every form of life that there is, in every job that there is. It doesn't matter if they're a manager at McDonald's, a police officer, a fireman. There are corrupt people in all fields that do really bad things that nobody knows about. So NG, yes, could have been one of the police officers from a month before, because remember, he took her information over the phone. And we don't hear anything about the rest of the night. What, did they all just start whispering? No, you know that they kept the party going. So why didn't that police officer come back? Why didn't there isn't a second police cam? Why are the police not being investigated? They're there nonstop all the time because of noise complaints, because of parties, because of underage drinking.
Yeah. So anyway, NG, I'm sorry I didn't greet you when you came in. I'm way behind on comments. I like to go in order with the comments. I know I'm extreme with that. But allegedly read your comments, so I went down to it. And I'm going to be all over the place. But yeah, I wish we wouldn't be accusing the police. I know allegedly you're really intelligent and you've done a bunch of cases and you like to think about everybody, but I would prefer, I mean, just what Muffy says. And again, I'm going all over the place, and then I'd like to get back to the comments. But the comments above, I like to go in order. Muffy, oh, let's please not accuse law enforcement. That's why I think it could be them, and we may find out. But the way I seem, you know, we're not getting enough information. So anytime a new video comes out, suddenly 5,000 people say, that's the guilty party. That's the guilty party. And I know we have to look at them that way, but it's, golly, I would love it if we could lay back a little bit on the cops. And I'm not, I do not know the balance yet of hearing other opinions and letting them lie and having rules or guidelines or suggestions for my room. That is too gray for me. I don't do gray. So I know in a couple of weeks I'll be better at that, but it's a cop. It just happens to be the most, it's the only video that we've seen in the last 2 days. So everybody's got to pounce on the person. I mean, it's a cop. He was a jerk. The kids were a jerk. Everybody was a jerk. And I hated that we heard her personal information over the video. I didn't block it out. I played it. But anyway, let me get back to these comments. So yeah, NG, thanks for being here. But and you're welcome to your opinion. I mean, did you see 10 videos today and that was one of the 10, or was that the only video you saw? And so it's got to be the cop. Oh, well, there is the other video. What's the other one? Oh, about them walking to the truck.
Well, no, I pointed out that she could be that NG. I shouldn't say she or he. I pointed out NG could be correct because the most recent police chief getting arrested for a whole bunch of drug trafficking, people trafficking, murder. We have more police officers being arrested for rape, more police officers on Snapchat talking to underage girls, a police officer who recently kidnapped a girl after killing her mother, her father, and her grandmother and burning the house down. So when people say, let's leave the police out of it, you truly can't, because they have full access to every person in that state. Full access. They know where you live, where you're from, who your parents are, who your relatives are, where you go to school, where you live, where your other houses are. So we can't discount them. Simply, you just can't. And
I agree. But again, you know, just seeing one video and suddenly everybody, the new people, you know, the hoodie guy became Adam just because of a video. I mean, you know, an audio and video. But anyway, in a couple of weeks,
I think it's a serial killer. So I'm just saying.
And it can be. I don't have enough knowledge. I don't think it is, but that's because I don't have enough knowledge. So Muffy, random freestyle. I agree. I should probably get back to the random. Most likely he didn't know Ethan was there, and Muffy agreed, I think. Muffy, random freestyle, I agree. Okay. And then random freestyle said no. I think you've been around random when I have asked for context with comments because I get way behind. And then I'm not sure what you're referring to. And you don't have to get context. You might be talking to someone else. But that might be about no, they don't always sleep together every night. I don't know what the no refers to. And again, you don't have to tell me, but context helps. Muffy, oh, interesting, allegedly. And then NG, Merry Christmas. What a horrible tragedy. Action. Amen, NG. Welcome. It looks like you're from YouTube. Welcome. I'm streaming on 6 platforms at the same time. Hello to Facebook profile. I really appreciate it. Make any comments you want. Hello, Facebook page. Same thing. I love it. Please make comments. LinkedIn, we definitely got some visitors from you, and I'd love that to keep happening. YouTube, you're the old standard. Thank you very much for all your stuff. Twitch, I've never done a video until this. I think this is my 4th video in Twitch. And so, yeah, I have 0 followers. And Twitter, I'm sorry, guys, that I got a warning. I understand why I got a warning. I'm trying to put, it's called a banner. I have streamed things at the bottom of my screen, but I can't seem to find it. I thought it was the banners, but they're not streaming. But
you know, it's funny. You just mentioned Twitch. Like 2 days ago, I went on Twitch trying to figure out what to do. And I just was like, screw this. I'm going back to YouTube. This is just too much for me.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So anyway, that's my, it's called a banner. I want the one that streams, but I think I can't put a comment on top of that. So let's test it out. But I want to have a trigger warning at all times. I don't know what's going to come out of my mouth. I don't know what's going to come out of any of my guests or, you know, I don't know what's going to come out of anybody's mouth. And we don't know what triggers people. So I like to always say trigger warning. You know, I've seen a ton of streams and I have failed incredibly tonight because of trigger warning. But there are plenty of people that start a sentence and they already say the trigger thing. And then they go, oh, wait, trigger warning. Let's put up the warning. And I'm like, it's too late. You've already triggered the person. So anyway, let me go. I'm way behind. Okay, so Merry Christmas. What a horrible, thank you. And then random freestyle. 1 crime became 4. Yeah, I don't know if you mean that there was only 1 target and they wanted to kill 1 person and it suddenly turned into 4. We can talk about that in a minute. I would like to get caught up in, what are these called? Comments? See, my trigger. Oh, okay. When I take, that's too bad. I know I've done streams where that thing and the comment was on the screen at the same time. I'm a little fretting out about it, and I don't know how to do it. But anyway, my trigger warning won't be there. I apologize, Twitter. I have no idea what that means. I don't know if you all have now no access to my stream, or it just tells you watch out before you come in. So welcome, come in. And if it's blocked, I'm sorry. So, and Muffy says, hey, NG, and allegedly says, NG, hello. NG, could it have been one of the police that were there investigating loud noise complaints a month ago? They probably would have had the training and know the house. I think there's a lot of people that could know that house rather easy. I think the poor, innocent, awkward law student that walks his dog could learn the house just from the outside. But I think anybody can learn that. I think people, it seems like people can walk into that house, not just any day and not just any time, but I think other people can know it. And it was 2.5 months. There was a ton of streams. And I know I get hung up on details, and I know I'm precise and all that stupid stuff. But there was a ton of people. I went to probably 5 or 7 streams that talked about that, and they all said it was a month ago. And I was like, can't you all do math? It's 2.5 months ago. So anyway, whatever the time, that's why they were walking around in shorts, because it was 2.5 months ago. They're like, shorts, they should be freezing. I'm like, it's September 1st. Anyway, and you know what allegedly thought about the police. So Muffy, maybe the warning on Twitter was because I said I love Elon. That's it. That's it. Elon doesn't want people to love him. That's it. You're right, Muffy. No, it's me, because I didn't put a warning up, and I say things which could be all the stuff. It could be, you know, we said graping a couple times, or it could be anything. It could be absolutely anything. Muffy, oh, let's please not accuse law enforcement. I'm sorry, Muffy, if I took your comment to give me a little courage so I could talk about the cops. I needed a little courage. And thank you, Muffy. I hope you don't mind I use that. NG, Golden State Killer was an officer. This is my second case. I don't know other cases. I really do not want to hear about other cases, but I hear about a lot of them. But anyway, I should. I'm trying to become a crime sleuther, and I'm not trying. You know, in a month, I'm going to have to start. I don't have to do anything, but I should probably start hitting the road and covering motorsports as a media person. I don't get paid. It's not a job. I do it myself. I'm a media person no matter what I do. But I mean, I might just drop off and be a blip. And, you know, I mean, everybody comes and goes, but there is way too much static. And I don't think anybody understands the static in my head, because I don't understand it. But there's way too much static in my head to hear about other cases. Now, the only exception, because I did drill down a little bit, and I've mentioned this, and it seems like no one follows the case, and I don't need to hear about this case tonight. But the only exception, I think, is Shanquella Robinson, that's from North Carolina, went to Mexico with 6 evil people that said they were her friend, and she was killed, and she paid for most of the stuff. That you know, that's an exception. I would like to hear that, but I would drop into the streams, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I haven't followed this case in 2 weeks. Is anybody in custody? And sure as shit, they say no one's in custody, and I am pissed. As I say, I don't like that word. I am really sad and upset that no one's in custody. Okay, so Muffy says, NG, true. Golden State Killer. So Golden State, I assume that research first. Oh, I need to stop talking about things. I don't need any colorization of this story, but I'm assuming Golden State means California. So I assume it's out in California. But yeah, I mean, officers are evil. There's plenty of officers that are evil. There's plenty people that do nasty things to women. I guess I'm going to have to come up with a different word than the word I've used twice tonight, or 3 times tonight. So there's plenty of cops that abuse their power, and they want to dominate, and they want to hurt. And I know that. I hate cops. I hate cops. You know, I say F the police when I get a ticket. And, you know, I'm an anti-gun. I have never touched a gun in my life. I'm very anti-gun. Never touched one in my life. But when I get stopped for a speeding ticket, this is for an effing speeding ticket. When I get stopped with a speeding ticket, I imagine me, and again, I always say with CIA, you can't catch a rat with a Boy Scout. You can catch a rat with a rat. I picture a gun on the inside of my car that can blow through my car door. That's what I picture. So I don't like cops at all. I despise them. I have a dozen DWIs. I have many dozens speeding tickets. Many. I don't know why I have a driver's license. And I don't know why I told you all that stuff. But I'm just trying to, again, I'm trying to give myself courage so I can say, please leave the cops alone. Again, y'all can have your opinion, but he could have done it. But it just happened to be the only video one of two videos. We all saw 2 videos today. And so suddenly he becomes, it doesn't work that way. Adam is not a, a suspect just because it's the only name we heard today. So anyway, I'm guessing I'm probably have to get off pretty soon because I am definitely not in a good place, and I'm not responding to these comments the way I want to be responding to them. So I usually when I get off, I was supposed to get off 45 minutes before that, and I hope I figure out when is the good time to get off. NG, he also referred to the occupants in a very strange way. No accusations, but he also referred to the occupants in very strange ways. I assume you're talking about Chief Ray or Chief, Ray? No, that's not his last name. Chief, whatever his name is. No accusations, but just speculation. Sorry, I keep tripping over that. Muffy, it could be anyone, but I just don't think we should go there. It can be anyone, and I don't think we need to go there either. I think we need to stick to facts. Muffy, I agree with you, and I'm bet I was human tonight. I bet I haven't always adhered to that, but I agree with you. I wish I would do that more often. My fiance is a police officer, so it is a difficult topic for me. I completely agree. Whether I agree. But I'm going to read every comment. I hope it doesn't upset you or anybody. NG, police have the highest suicide rate of any occupation, and comedians, they're number 2. And air traffic controllers. I think that's the top 3. So you can't discount them as suspects just because their job. I know, I'm not saying they're saints. You already heard what I said about they're not saints for sure. Absolutely. And they were jerks. The video we saw, the cops were jerky. And the kids, or I don't like to call them kids, but the young adults in that house were beyond. The cop said, hey, can you leave the door open so that we can have a communication? And the guy says, yeah, sure. Bam, closes the door. And all the times I've been arrested, I would never close the door on the cop. I guess they're just bolder more these days. So allegedly to Muffy, we aren't talking about your significant other. We were referring to the other ones that are bad and not good. Amen. I mean, we're not, but Muffy, accusations are not okay, in my opinion. I completely agree. I hope that I get better at it. Muffy, allegedly, I know. Muffy, allegedly, I think my point of view on law enforcement is that we should consider them good until they are proven bad. Hopefully that makes sense. I would definitely say that. And I'm sorry, Muffy, that I just went on my tirade about hating cops and stuff. I should have read your comments before I did that, but it's my perspective. My bad. NG, Muffy, I get it. It's not supposed to make sense because this evil isn't supposed to exist, but it does, unfortunately. Absolutely. NG, yes, unfortunately. Allegedly, it's 10 p.m. already. I don't want to work tomorrow. Man, you don't want to work tomorrow, allegedly? So Muffy says, allegedly, me either. I don't want to work tomorrow either. Oh, I don't work. Allegedly, I ordered a 750 pack of blank paper for teleprompting and a new microphone. I literally got my paper one day later, and the microphone is taking until December 22nd. That is not funny. That's a bummer. Do you print up as much as I do? I bought a what do they call it? Five reams, 2,500 sheets, and I go through that fairly often. Muffy, allegedly, gosh, everything is taking forever. Probably. Oh, yeah, for that. Allegedly, I ordered a professional microphone so I can make my voiceover sexier. Allegedly, certainly in my stream, every time you come on the board, there are certainly, and I don't like the word swoon, and I don't usually use the word swoon, but there is certainly a lot of attention about your voice in my streams. So I'm just saying, you
know, it's funny because you just said, do I print up a lot of stuff? I go through, like, when I'm making a video, maybe 60 pages of paper because I make my own teleprompting. So I'll put my 2 giant work monitors together. I'll tape up everything that I'm going to say or bullet points of stuff I'll talk about in my video. And out of the 60 pages, I won't even use 2 or 3. I'll only use 2 or 3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you meant
waste,
the opposite.
I waste like 57 pages of writing and thoughts and bullet points I want to hit, but I always cover everything so fast that I'm like, oh, well, I can throw all this paper out. But yeah, that's why I have to order 750 package, a ream of 750, because I'll go through it so fast on 2 to 3 videos. It's ridiculous.
Oh, man. That's and I'm similar. I mean, my Post-it note situation is horrible, and my printing up and my charts and stuff. But I would hope that I can someday get to it where I do, hang up 60 pages, and it's okay if I only get to 2. But I'm not.
Well,
there.
I only write. So what I had to do when I first started, I was writing my normal writing, which is very neat. It's very people say it's pretty, and I realized that if I sit back from the microphone so I don't sound like I'm screaming into it, or so it doesn't get distorted, it's harder. The words start blending together because I write so neatly. So instead, I started to have to write much bigger. So this way, it's maybe a sentence and a half or 2 sentences on one paper if they're short. If it's a long sentence, I'm like, okay, now I have to manually shorten this sentence and put it on one paper. So I write so big that I eat up so much paper, and then I barely use anything that luckily I use one side for each video. Then I just turn it over. I'll start crossing off one side and I turn it over and reuse the paper. Then I recycle all the paper. So this way, it's going back into the environment, it's helping the environment. But I buy this 750 ream just so I can physically write with giant marker what I want to say, and I'll never even say half of the stuff that I've written.
But you're okay, right, with having 60 pages and only using 2, right?
Yeah, I've actually started fine tuning it because I have of course, 2 big monitors for work. I have my laptop. So basically I'll set up all 3 of them in a row now. And instead I just use I use documents that I put on each of the screens.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, but the paper, whenever I'm trying to do this really laid back, relaxed voiceover, I'll take paper. It'll be all over my TV. It'll be all over my wall, my green screen sheet. I have, for my projector, I have this big white thing. I also have a I Want to Believe poster from X-Files. I put paper all over that. If anybody walked in while I was filming, they would just be like, dude, this is are you crazy? Do you need us to call some hospital for you? It really looks silly.
Cool. So I'm going to get back to comments. I'm behind. I did notice, I think Random said that's a lot of pressure to I'll get to that comment, but I think you said that's a lot of pressure to read all the comments. So I bet someday I'll have 1,000 people like others, and then I won't be able to read every comment. But now I think I'm small enough and do anyway. So thank you for saying that. Oh, no, I'm sorry. So allegedly says, so we can get some context for the next comment right after this. Allegedly says, I ordered a professional microphone so I can make my voiceovers sexier. And of course, the next comment, Muffy says, allegedly. Well, that was unnecessary then. I think she's referring to that. See, you kept people to say your voice is nice. Muffy, allegedly, you don't even need the microphone then. Muffy, I own a gun. Man, I'm ragging on everything you do. So everything I say is just my opinion. The only thing I'll say about guns is we won't talk about them. I will say that we will not talk about guns. And but that's it. I understand everybody has the Second Amendment, and so yeah. Is that and you own a Muffy? You're really funny. So I have to read those together. So Muffy says, I own a gun and a police officer. Do you own them? I mean, I assume it's a he, but it doesn't have to be. It can be a she, but or any gender. I don't care what gender. But that's funny. I own a gun and a police officer. Okay, and here's random. Thank you. I don't know if you're being empathetic, but I read it that way. Random Freestyle says, reading all the comments in their entirety is a lot of pressure. Amen. Especially because I don't multitask, and y'all can probably tell that I don't multitask. But for me, it's especially hard because I have to do multiple things. I mean, I've shared one or two things, and then once I can do panels pretty well. I kind of figured that out, and I don't think I'll ever get up to 6 panelists or anything like that, but I know how to do that stuff. But anyway, I guess I fake multitasking until I make it. I fake it till I make it because I don't multitask. So anyway, I don't know why I brought that up, but it reminded me. Why does it do that? I clicked on allegedly's comment and that trigger warning came up, which I'm going to have to figure out how to stream that. Or have it on the screen all the time. Allegedly, LOL, Muffy Drip. Well, now it'll be dangerously sexier. I thought you were going to address about the funny about owning a police officer. Muffy, allegedly, and some sort of, I can't read emojis. I don't barely even know the laughing. And there's LOL. So that might have been a LOL for Muffy. And Muffy, I don't think the police officers were being jerks in that video. You have to remember they're dealing with a party house, and I'm sure they've had to deal with it a lot over the course of time. I don't want to get into the habit of making excuses for what I say, but I think I'm discovering recently, I have live streamed over 2,000 or 3,000 times. Mostly Meerkat, some Periscope, but none over here. But generally on all my stuff, I will say something because I don't think I have the right to talk and I have to say it in 5 words. And so I'm like, no, that's not what I meant. So I know I said they were jerky in the video, but that's not kind of what I meant. And again, if I was talking about it for 2 paragraphs, I would have sounded a little different. So LinkedIn says, LinkedIn, we're having trouble streaming to LinkedIn. This may be an issue on LinkedIn's end. We'll keep trying and let you know if it's resolved. Please check LinkedIn to ensure the stream looks okay. If this continues for a while, try creating a new broadcast or just remove this destination from the broadcast, then re-add it. That's too much information for me. So anyway, I guess LinkedIn will probably stop pretty soon. So yeah, Muff, I guess what I meant, if I had to think about it a lot, but I think I meant if there were intoxicated people in the house, which probably there were quite a bit, when the cops come up to the door, it would be very quick and very easy for the students to get an attitude and then start barking back at them. So that's kind of what I mean. It is their job. I would hate to have that job. So anyway, I said jerk. I don't believe jerk. So Muffy, okay, NG. Muffy Dragon Slayer, do you think the killer is still in Idaho? Great question. Muffy, I'll try to remember that one. Muffy, NG, I think the killer is long gone. In my opinion, this will be a cold case. Sadly, what do you think, Muffy? I'm so sad. I don't want that to be true. I think the killer's still in Idaho. I think the killer's still in Moscow. Let me read one more. Let me read. These comments are all together, and then I want to hear from you, allegedly. I guess I'm at the bottom. NG says, the Dragon Slayer, I have no idea, honestly. Yeah, I guess I don't either, but I always speculate for some reason. Muffy NG, this is such a crazy killer. In my opinion, serial killer. So that's two of you. So allegedly and Muffy, I think, are saying the same thing, but I don't always remember. So what do you think? Let me go back to the original question. NG to Muffy, do you think the killer is still in Idaho? And I think we can probably bring that up with us, allegedly. So what do you think? Do you think he's in Idaho?
I believe he's in Idaho. I just don't believe he's in the vicinity that they feel he's in. I feel he's a bit further out, and he traveled to that location for whatever reason. You know, a lot of these cases, when we say serial killer or mass murderer, people automatically think of Berkowitz, they think of a Bundy, they think of all of these big time, huge amounts of things. But the reality is it could be somebody just starting out, or it could be somebody who's done it a couple of times and just said, hey, I need to do it again. And the perfect target is right there. But for me, I don't think that he's within a 5 mile to 10 mile radius. I think he's a bit further out. That's why they're having so much problems trying to, put a person at that place.
You think that's Boise?
Maybe, but throughout the years, over the past decade, Idaho has been a unknown location where things happen. Like the primary case that I'm still working on the video for DR Kuntz, that's in Idaho. There are just so many Idaho occurrences that people think that this is the first time, because in this one location, it's been 7 years since something like this happened. But Idaho's pretty big for a lot of weird things happening.
Wow.
So when I point out, 22 FBI agents in the immediate vicinity, 22 across the United States, that doesn't mean they're from the east to west coast. That just means they could be within states right outside of Idaho. So it doesn't mean it's encompassing all the entire United States. It just means they're not in the immediate vicinity or the state.
And just to interject, the FBI branch that covers Idaho is out of Salt Lake City. I forget the miles, but I think it's 5 or 6 hours, or I forget. I forget. So it's pretty close. You're right.
Yeah, but it's still a good distance, like time-wise, which would explain why they would want as many on site. Now, we had a recent case with Quentin where they had 40 FBI agents searching, but that's because their police station was so small and the dump was so large, brought in the FBI. So that's a totally different circumstance. When people are like, well, they did for Quentin too. They're not taking into consideration they weren't searching for a killer. They were searching for a body in a location that was gigantic.
Oh,
so
that's a bummer. Well, cool.
It's a huge difference.
Let me catch up on these comments because there's a question right down there. Another question. So, NG, I think the killer is long gone. In my opinion, this will be a cold case, sadly. What do you think? And then NG answered, I have no idea, honestly, which I've already read these, but I'm trying to keep those 4 comments together. Muffy, NG, this is such a crazy case. In my opinion, serial killer. And then Random has a new question. I haven't read it yet. Let's see. Why didn't the perp fear being caught on surveillance video in and around the house? What do you think, allegedly?
I think that they knew that there wasn't surveillance in the locations they were at. And that's not hard. Walk by a building at night. If you see a red light or a blue light, like in a corner, that's a video camera. Also, disabling them. You can look across the street and know if I walk over there, that house, if they have a doorbell cam, will get me on video. So instead, I'll walk across the tree line. It's not difficult to evade. Everybody just automatically assumes this has to be a ninja or somebody trained in mystical arts or whatever. That's not factual. Any human being is capable of committing a horrible crime. Whether you choose to is the difference.
Amen. So yeah, I'm similar to that. I think the killer cased out the house. They knew exactly where the 6 people were, and I think they're aware of you know, I think they were aware of where all the cameras were, or more importantly, where the cameras weren't. You know, I mean, by most reports, I guess I'm just averaging all reports, whether it's, you know, Main Street media or just generally the reports are there was none, if not very few cameras, and none, if not very few lights. And then after this event, suddenly there's, you know, the Jeremy was interviewed, and suddenly the parking lot is super bright, and he's like, "Yeah, they just installed that," you know. So I think the perp knew that there weren't many cameras. But yeah, you gotta. I mean, he was gutsy and he was ballsy, and you know, I mean, it was. You're right there. So NG responded to that and said, "Random, good question. Do they have any echoes?" Yes. Our home systems that record audio in the room. Yeah, I mean, there could be so much like that stuff. Now, you know, I guess there's parts of the country where most people have those things and most people don't. Now, I think for an echo, which I don't know much about an echo, but I think it's what is iPhone's AI female's voice? You know, I think it's something like that. And you can talk to it. I think you can set your TV, but anyway, I think it's something. But anyway, you know, I don't want to say that, oh, no one in Idaho has those kind of things. You know, they, you know, some of them had money and stuff. We don't really know their money situation. I think it's strange that people are talking about the financial status of some of these families. We don't know. I have a doctor in my family. I have a couple of nurses in my family. My dad worked for a doctor. I know a lot of doctors, and there are a ton of doctors that go bankrupt. They are not wealthy necessarily. So it's weird how we do that. But anyway, there's probably enough echoes. And, you know, Asen, I tend to give the benefit of the doubt and say, I hope the police have collected all that stuff. But yeah, those are great ideas. And plus, you know, everybody's paranoid. And I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of the original Echo, whatever that brand was. There was a main, you know, it's like Kleenex, the first one. But you know, most people are like, does that thing listen to me? Does, you know, I mean, if I can talk and it responds, is it always listening to me? And that's scary, I think. But that was a lot. Sorry, NG. So Muffy says, Joe, allegedly, what are your thoughts on the glove found by Chris McDonough? I have my opinion. But yeah, what do you think, allegedly?
Well, the guy on the on Brittany's live last night, who was part of the video, he had mentioned I wear black gloves like that all the time, and in one of his videos, you could see he had one on, but the other one's in his back pocket. Those gloves are used by everybody, like everybody and anybody. You could buy boxes of them, especially if they're popular in that location, especially if there's hard, you know, if there's hard drugs or there's medicinal needs for those gloves. So for me, Chris McDonough finding it seemed kind of odd. Like, the police left the glove there. That's why it was there. You know, they already did their exterior investigation. Somebody took off their gloves, threw it in the garbage, but missed. One fell out. And, you know, that glove just happened to be there because the police scoured the front. We know this. They were all outside. They took the garbage and everything. Remember, people were mentioning, why are they taking the garbage? And everybody's like, because there could be evidence in the garbage. I think the glove was just something dropped outside. I don't feel that it was, there'd be blood all over it. There'd be a blood trail to it. Remember, the person just killed people, and if they walked out and threw it in there, there would be a blood trail walking straight to the garbage cans. They would have been like, whoa, what's all this red stuff? Don't step there. There's red stuff on the ground. So I don't think it's a killer, but I think it, you know, him seeing it, I believe it's probably from the police officers doing their investigation and throwing their gloves, because look at what happened with Debbie Collier. Nobody cared. Gloves were all over the place. So for me, that's just a common denominator of police work nowadays. They just really don't care anymore.
Now, I'm going to continue, because I'm OCD and extreme. I'm going to continue trying doing comments in order, and I'm going to try to stick to that. But I did happen to notice Random Freestyle said fiction. I assume you're talking about the glove, but I'm not sure what you're talking about. My take on it is either I was on his live stream when he found the glove, or I immediately hit watch as soon as he finished it, and I got to it immediately. You know, I think I was live, but I might be wrong. But you know, as far as, I mean, that question can be taken in so many different ways. Do I trust and believe Chris? I'm brand new to him, but I do trust and believe Chris. You know, they went out there and they were doing stuff, and he seems meticulous and methodical. And he said, I didn't touch the glove. I just reported the glove. So I don't think he did anything nefarious. I think, of course, he did his job and he found it.
I'm sorry. Were they asking if I thought that he planted it? I don't think he planted it.
No, it's a vague. See how vague that question is? It says, Joe, allegedly, what are your thoughts on the glove found by Chris McDonough? Again, my mind races too much, so I try to answer all interpretations of that paragraph. And so I'm not going to try to defend Chris, but yeah, I don't think he did anything nefarious. Now, do I think it's the killers? Absolutely not. Do I think the cops missed it? Absolutely. Whether they missed it the first couple, you know, supposedly there's a video out there, which I have not seen. I mean, I've seen still pictures. Supposedly there's a video out there scanning, or multiple, I've heard, that's scanning that yard in the first 2 or 3 or 4 days, and the glove is in that video. So, I mean, I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that. But I think, you know, it's a common glove. Everybody wears it. If it's the killer, it'd have blood on it. But I would say, and you know, I mean, all these cops are supposed to be methodical and meticulous and stuff. And I understand this is probably pretty upsetting to them and stressful to them, like it is to me. And I'm operating at 25%. So they may be operating at 80% instead of 100%. But I would generally hope that a cop, or most cops, or all cops, would be hyper aware of precisely getting that into a garbage can if they're going to throw it away. Again, they might be upset. They might be distraught. It might be heavy for them. And then they're operating at 80%, and then they might throw it and miss, because it was right next to it. But, you know, it did have some snow. It did have some leaves on it.
But so, also, don't forget that they also have kits. So one of the things that I pointed out in other cases that people overlook, when you see them walk down, they have like a toolbox that looks more like a fishing box. When they open it, they usually put gloves on. They go collect whatever they have to collect, then they pull those gloves off and throw them into their box. Now, when you shut the box, there's a possibility that the glove could fall out because it's not important. It's not bagged evidence. So for me, when I see stuff like that, I just automatically think, well, they were just clumsy and it dropped out.
And that's probably the most logical, you know, that's probably the most common. Again, I like to take averages, and believe me, I'm not trying to say that I'm the Terminator so well that I can average a room. But I think the average thought is that, yes, it was probably a policeman that just missed, or anybody, you know, it could be a photographer or anybody could have just missed the garbage can. So
could have been a garbage man. You know, garbage men wear gloves too.
So yeah.
Now with Chris McDonough, I used to follow him every day. Like I would watch every one of his videos. I was so flattered, and I like bragged to all my friends. I took screenshots of it. He had a forensic expert on, and I had made a comment, and he's like, and he put it right up instantly. So, you know, he's reading comments, and I'm like, oh my God. And he's like, here's something. He's saying it's great. You're doing really well explaining, you know, the process of evidence gathering. And I even made a comment that she was like, oh, that's a great comment. That's a good point. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm famous. You know, I was like, woo. And then like a week later, because this is when Brian Laundrie was missing, he started accusing somebody of being Brian Laundrie, a Twitter account. And I was like, immediately, because, you know, I was a brand new person in this, and I'm like, I've got to find him. So I ran over to Twitter. I started following him, and then I read all the way back to his history from the beginning.
Right.
And then I started reading up, and I'm like, oh, this isn't Brian Laundrie. So I go back and I type up, hey, Chris, just saying, I went through his history. This is an old account. I don't believe it's Brian Laundrie at all, because this person's not from there. He pins my comment, and then starts verbally attacking the person, saying, my FBI and everybody that's here at working for me, we already tracked you down. We know it's you, Brian. You need to stop lying right now. You need to come forward. And he went ballistic, calling the person a liar, saying he has all these police officers and FBI is tracking him down now. They're tracking his ISP and they know it's him. And I'm like, Chris, I'm telling you, I went back. This guy
Right.
was nowhere near Florida.
And I've heard some of this story, but again, I think that gets into that territory of I don't want to be really negatively dissing someone on my trip.
Oh, no.
I don't want that. I would prefer if you stop talking about Chris.
Definitely.
It's not I don't want that. I'm new, so I still have my own opinion about Chris. I have heard enough about him, but I still have my opinion, and everybody can have their opinion. But I don't want my channel to be known as the one who rags on people. I don't want that. We've ragged a couple times tonight. Muffy, clearly whomever did this did not fear much. Amen. Random plot twist, second stalker, uninvolved, videoed the rear of the house for their own voyeurism, now evidence. Is that something? Are you just guessing that might be true? Or let's try that again. Plot twist. Second stalker, uninvolved, videoed the rear of the house for their own voyeurism, now evidence. Yeah, so yeah, it sounds like that may have happened. Yeah, Random, I don't know if fiction. So you're talking about that. I thought you were talking about fiction to the glove. But
that's an interesting point though. You know how like a neighbor, I think it was a female neighbor, said that they saw the door was ajar. Well, if the door is that noticeable for this person walking their dog, I'm not pointing fingers at that person. I'm just saying that person noticed the door was ajar.
Yeah.
That means people notice that house from the back. So, and if I'm not mistaken, a lot of the windows were really large, like the sliding door was in the back and everything. So it looked like a neat, tidy house from the pictures that I saw on their TikToks and their videos. That just tells me people might look at the house just because it's pretty. So somebody could have been being a voyeur back there, and maybe they do have video of maybe the night before or the night of. That's a good point.
Amen. So sorry, Random freestyle. I read the fiction incorrectly. You say no, my previous comment above it. I think I'm now on board about what you mean. But yeah, that would be neat if that could become fact. If we did find another voyeur. NG, this case stinks of neighbor, just like the hacksaw case. I don't need to hear about the hacksaw case. Random, no, my previous comment above it. Yeah, sorry, Random, that I can only go with what I know here. Stephen McDaniels, don't need to hear about him. Muffy Dragon Slayer, I agree. I see zero significance with the glove. Did I say that? I hope I said that. Muffy, no, I was not implying Chris planted the glove. And that's, again, that's one of the many examples of when I read a question or a statement, I'm always going to respond, but I might not be addressing what I read. It's what triggers off in my head. And I do like to, I think, we don't, we're typing, so we don't hear voice inflection, and we don't know about sarcasm, and we don't know about humor. It's just a joke. Can't you take a joke? That kind of stuff. So we don't really know. So I try to, which is stupid that I do this. I hate the word stupid, but I
think you're doing a great job, honestly.
It's not very informed of myself to think that I can address every potential meaning of a question, but that is what I do. I didn't mean to say you meant that, Muffy. It triggers, and I'm like, no. And I've heard it. I've heard people say, I don't like Chris and I don't trust Chris. And that was a plant. I was there. I saw the video. I mean, I really do think I was live. I really do think I was. But
you probably were, because I think that was around the time that, weren't you getting your channel, like your YouTube going? At that time, that was when you first started it, right?
I've been on YouTube for 12 years. And
making videos.
And I've done recorded and live videos for 8 years, but only about 50 total. And I never learned anything. So this is all, I would say I'm new to YouTube.
Gotcha.
So,
I could have sworn that you made a video roughly around the time that he discovered the glove.
I probably ramped up. I did, and it's the blur. That's why I printed up so I don't have to guess. But I think I did 5 YouTubes by themselves, which I got way better numbers in YouTube by itself than StreamYard YouTube. Way better numbers. Again, I'm not trying to diminish anybody in my room, but I do want to monetize. So I'm sorry if y'all take that wrong. I really do. So allegedly, I want to check out your channel. Oh, yeah, I didn't read that yet. So NG says to allegedly, I want to check out your channel, but it won't link me on mobile. Oh, my goodness.
So NG, I dropped the link for you.
Oh, cool. Way to go, man. That was quick. So there it is with allegedly. It's got his YouTube there. And Muffy, Chris is solid. I trust him 100%. Yes, I do too. But I'm new. I'm sure my opinion about everybody that I'm watching and talking with will evolve. And some of it, first impressions, it's really hard to go for me. It's really hard to go up against my first impressions, but they'll all evolve. Some of them I'll start to like more, and some of them I'll, not care to listen to them as much. That's just natural stuff. Currently, I'm new to him, and now I really like him. I like his wife. I mean, I don't like public displays of affection, which they do not do. I'm not saying that, but it's just weird that they go, and what do you think, honey? And I'm like, oh, don't kiss, don't say honey, but anyway, I think that's sweet. I hypothetically, I would like to someday be like that, but I'm not. I'm not a warm and fuzzy kind of person. And there's allegedly's YouTube channel. Please, everybody follow. He's a rock star, of course. NG, allegedly, do you see the patterns with the Stephen McDaniels case talking to neighbors?
So just to throw this out there, I was the first person.
Four sentences.
Yep. I was the first person when this went live on ATS, CDT, and Crazy Crime Chick. I was the first person. I think they did it right in the morning.
Wow.
That said, this sounds like Stephen McDaniels' case. And the people were like, what? No, it doesn't. Not at all. And then when that law student started making his little videos, everybody's like, this sounds like Stephen McDaniels. And I'm like, really? Really? 3 days later, now you're saying it sounds like this and you think you're the first one to mention it? Go back and watch other lives. I mentioned every single case this reflects, and people are now all utilizing all the cases I brought up. Like, people were like, this sounds like Bundy. And I'm like, no, it's not Bundy, because Bundy did it on a whim. He escaped from jail and he did it just for his last hurrah. This is more like BTK. And then people started 3 days later, BTK, he's like BTK. And I'm like,
yeah. And I basically agree with you. I think a lot of people want to be the one sleuth that solves the case, and they want to act like they're knowledgeable. So they say, hey, and I'm not talking about anybody in this room, but I think some people want to just say, hey, I can connect these two, when they may not have all the information or most of the information. But okay, that's enough on that. And that allegedly says, sorry, I rarely drop my link, and you're welcome to anytime. I don't think you're talking to me. I think you're talking to MG, but you can drop your stuff anytime. Now, random, I like your comments and your questions, and they're long, and I write long ones, but I may have to read it a couple of times because it takes a while to get into my head. I think I really like the topic, but let me see. Random Freestyle says, it's a bit odd. Officers were near the house at the time of the crime, but didn't hear anything out of the ordinary. Maybe they left beforehand. Any timeline? I'm aware of the timeline, and then I've forgotten it, but I think it's 3:12 or something, or the report, it was at 3:01. There seemed to be a conflict with when the body cam happened and the report. And I was like, no, that's, but anyway, I kind of forget. I'm
sorry, go ahead.
I think they're not thinking murder. We all think murder because that's what happened, but they're not thinking murder. So they're on a campus. I'm absolutely sure, I'm positive, without having anything to base this on, I'm absolutely positive that they couldn't hear a scream from that house, even if there was a scream. There's too much things muffling the sound. But again, they're not thinking murder. That's not what they're thinking of. And when they hear a scream, if they did, which I don't think they can, they can hear a scream closer, the fraternity house and the field, and some of the things they could hear a scream. But they're thinking. They're thinking drunk people. It's not what they would think. So they might have left. I mean, again, I knew the time frame, but my head is now mush, if y'all can't tell. So I don't. So anyway,
Joe, that was a pretty good time frame. I think you're correct on the time. For me, the problem is we don't know the exact time of death. We don't know the exact anything in the household. So when people are like, how'd the cops not hear something? Well, first off, they, like Tony Smith just said, they are in a field where you can barely see the house, like barely see it. It's so far away. So hearing somebody screaming, if there were screams, the people in the immediate vicinity, like neighbors, everybody else would have heard it much more clear than they would have. Second, like Joe said, they weren't counting on a murder happening that night. Truthfully, even if they knew, let's say they had a premonition and that somebody from the future came and said there's going to be a murder tonight, they wouldn't have realized that time frame is what's happening. They were chasing children, like underage drinkers, in a field to stop them, question them, dump out whatever they had or whatever. So yeah, the police, I don't hold them accountable for anything that happened. They were too far away.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, that I said, I don't think they were thinking murder, because it hasn't happened in 7 years. I know people are saying they're lying, it's been more recent than 7 years, but they're just not thinking murder. And they're going after drunk drivers and stuff, or walkers, so I had something to say and now I forget, but is that enough? Okay, NG, the only difference is this killer didn't hide the bodies, as far as we know. I don't know if that was NG, you might have been around when I asked for context. So I don't know if, as far as we know, is a continuation of the only difference is the killer didn't hide the bodies, as far as we know. I think that's one comment. But if you are referring to something else, you can let me know, and context really helps because I get way behind. So thank you for that. Oh, I didn't show it. Sorry. NG, the only difference is this killer didn't hide the bodies. That's fine. We don't have to. Thank you. Thank you. NG, as far as we know. And then Tony, if the girls on the first floor didn't hear anything out of the ordinary, no way could the undercover police on the field across the street hear anything. And I agree. And we've talked about the two surviving housemates. I like to call them housemates because they're not roommates. They're housemates. But anyway, I think we've covered them enough. But thank you, Tony. I agree with you. And in NG, nobody expects a quadruple homicide. Absolutely. But I mean, a scream could be, those actions that very few men do to women. For whatever reason, they do that thing to women that is not good at all. So the scream could be anything, but I bet that's not very common in their city either. So, I mean, quadruple homicide is horrible. And it's 4 young students and they were killed in their bed or close to it and they were knifed to death. I mean, that's horrible. So no one would ever think of that. So Random says, I agree, officers probably didn't hear, but sounds from the incident around the house are within the realm. But sounds from the incident around the house are within the realm. I'm guessing you mean within the realm of people, like what allegedly, I think you're talking about that some of the neighbors might have been, or if they didn't hear it, the cops didn't hear it, or they might have been able to hear it. You might be referring to that, but I don't think the officers could. That was, I don't know the physics behind this, but yes, you did mean that. Okay. So I'm a physics kind of person and I used to know it a lot, but I say I don't know the physics of it, but that field was enormous and it was low and there were no trees and that just muffles sound. The sound won't travel in that direction. I can't tell you what the wavelength is and how that sound works. I think I'm pretty accurate in describing it. Again, I used to know all that stuff. I can't think of it, but yeah, that was a huge field. And I guess it's a field that gets a lot of traffic. And Random says yes. So thank you. I'm caught up on comments. We are at 4 hours, 32 minutes, and we're at 4 hours, 33 minutes, and 3 seconds. And that's a long time. And
I'm going to hop down so that you can close out if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm leaning toward. But thank you, allegedly, and I know you do that a lot. And you don't have to. You can be here till the goodbye, till the end of the goodbye. But thank you. That's fine with me.
I do want to thank you for having me up again. It was a pleasure, and it was awesome and fun as it usually is.
And I always am self-conscious, and I'm like, allegedly, I don't mean to disagree with you on every statement. I don't mean to do that. It seems to do that a lot. And by the way, Random, I know this is probably your first time here. It usually takes me about 45 minutes to say goodbye. It probably won't actually. It did used to on Twitter and all that stuff. But if I had to guess, which I'll be off, but I would guess the goodbye will be about 8 or 9 or 10 minutes. You don't have to stay for all the other time because it's probably all the promoting stuff. But I'm trying to get better. I have a script. Because as y'all can tell, I get off topic all the time. I go on tangents. So I like to have the script. I haven't really written the script for the goodbye, but it's basically the opposite of the hello. So anyway, I would like to always say, allegedly says, Random says, take care, everyone. Peace. Allegedly, everyone, thank you so much for being here. You all are all awesome. I agree, allegedly. I want to start my stream and end my stream the same way. And I would like to mention it every other hour or so. But I really want thoughts and prayers for the victims, family, loved ones, friends, the college, University of Idaho, the community, Moscow, Idaho, the county, Latah. I think I now have figured out how to say it correctly. Latah County, Idaho, and the state of Idaho, and all the law enforcement. I don't like ragging about them, and I'm sorry if it sounded like we're doing that, Muffy, but I try to stay away from that. They can be guilty. They can certainly be. They can be on the list, but all that stuff. So anyway, I just love to do that. I do like to repeat myself. I'm JoeHart. I'm a person with disabilities, primarily invisible disabilities. I don't usually talk about that, but you've heard I have OCD, and I'm meticulous. I'm methodical. This is my second case ever. It was the Boston Marathon bomber was my first. Same thing. I drilled down into the rabbit hole rather efficiently. Everything was different back then. I was different. People seemed to be not so mean. The FBI was set up. I was sending, and it was a quick case. It happened, and 3 days later, they're in custody. So it's not like this that goes on forever. But I was sending information to the FBI rather often for probably a month or more. A lot of stuff. I was trying to do my due diligence or whatever that means. I don't know what that means. So I was trying to do my stuff. Anyway, this is my second, so I don't know too much about it. So as bad as it sounds in fraternity lifestyle, everyone is probably used to hearing women scream. It is college after all. Yeah, I mean, yeah, any scream, they probably didn't hear it. And if they heard it, they're like, oh, yeah, he's getting lucky, or, all that stupid stuff. So Random, take care, everyone. Peace. And allegedly, and this is his community tab. So, okay, so I used to stream about, I don't know if you ever get to Twitter and you follow me, or no, actually it's TikTok, but I have a ton of stuff on TikTok. And most of it's NASCAR. Again, in July, and I'm no biggie, but I've done communal interviews. Bye, thanks for having me, y'all. Fun. Thanks, NG. I hope we didn't attack you with talking about the cops immediately. So yeah, welcome, come back, and all that stuff. Glad you're here. So anyway, again, I might disappear in a month or two, or what, last year, I left January 3rd or January 1st. I hit the road, and I was on the road for 3.5 months. I do that a lot. When I hit the road, I'm usually gone for an extended period of time. The main expense I have in my life, and I know it's weird, it's just a weird way to have a life, but the main expense in my life is gas. Pretty much everything else is creatively provided for. I have food stamps, and I can stay at truck stops, and I can get free showers there. And, it's just all creatively provided for. So I usually stay on the road because if I have a race on this Sunday, but I don't have a race for 2 Sundays. If I just stay there, I'm not spending any money. I know it's weird to think I can stay somewhere with that for 2 weeks and not really spend much, but that's kind of what I do. So anyway, I might disappear, but I don't know. So TikTok, please follow me. I'm going to figure out how to do this. I'm going to try to figure out how to do that as a streamer. And I've done streamers, so I guess I've learned it at one point. I just can't do it now. But yes, trigger warning. Hello and welcome to all. Please comment and mention the platform you're watching me on. There's 6 that I'm streaming to. Hello and goodbye to Facebook profile and Facebook page and LinkedIn profile and YouTube by itself. They're the, and then Twitch, no special, and then Twitter. And I know Twitter, you can't comment. I'm so sorry. I know you're my majority of my numbers. Please send me a DM, send me a tweet, send me whatever you want, be fairly appropriate and send it to me. And, I would probably be answering it the day later. Now I was thinking, and I didn't do that tonight, but I thought of last night, I think I can probably set up one of my devices and watch the Twitter feed. And then maybe I can see the comments as they happen and then address it. I don't know how to do that, but I'm going to try to figure out how to do that. So anyway, that's why I want to hear the platform. Those 6 I'm testing for a month. I'm spending a lot of money that I don't have. If I decide to do this, I'm going to spend even a whole lot more money that I don't have. So I really have to test this. Am I committed? Do I really want to do it? Have I really changed my life? Have I decided that NASCAR is so shallow? It's so shallow. It's so shallow that I need to do something with a purpose in my life. So if I decide to make that change, I want to decide in 30 days. I know that's stressful. It's okay if it takes me 2 months and I have to pay $49 for another month, which I don't have, but I'll figure it out if I do something. So anyway, that's why the 6 platforms, or they call them destinations, and StreamYard, that's why the 6 destinations are so important. It's going to take me a while to get to 1,000 subscribers. That's okay. I do want to monetize, and Twitter is very active, fairly active. It's fragmented. I have invisible disabilities. I have motorsports. I have politics. I have, I talk about a lot of different things. So it's fragmented, but I have a lot. Anyway, please follow me on TikTok, JoeHart35, JoeHart35, JoeHart35. If you only follow me in one place, please follow me on TikTok. I need to get to 1,000 so I can go live, so I can monetize. That's not the reason I want to go live. I go live because that's all I like. I don't really understand. I don't understand recorded. I'm OCD. It'd take me 75 hours to edit a video. So I don't get recorded. And I now have recordeds, but I don't get them. So that's why I want to go live. And Twitter at NASCHart Inc. NASC is the first 4 letters of NASCAR. That used to be the primary motorsports I covered, or plus going as a fan, but mostly covering as media. So the first 4 letters of NASCAR, and then Hart, my last name, and then Inc. for incorporated. So it's NASC, first 4 letters of NASCAR, Hart, my last name, HART, and Inc. for incorporated, NASCAR Inc. Thank you so much, JoeHart, PwD's. In case y'all don't know, that's persons with disabilities. I do the apostrophe S. It's just my personal preference, but I do apostrophe S because I don't think anybody that has disabilities has only one. They usually have whatever it's called, comorbid or something like that. I think that's anyway, I think that's slightly different. But that's why I do PwD's. And there's thousands of agencies that use the word disability. So I know there's plenty of people that may not agree with me. So anyway, that's been super long. I just wanted to thank all the live viewers. Thank you for the comments. I really like comments. That's usually what I focus on. You can tell I get off topic by doing that. We never did finish the video. Muffy and I went through 2/3 of the thing, and that was very nice. Thank you, Muffy, for being involved in that video. I appreciate it. And I think we really got within, we got really close, like 30 seconds left of the thing. So that was good. I'm glad I almost did one of those. I'm new to Crime Sleuth. I think that's enough for my goodbyes. So again, it still will probably be a minute or so, but you don't have to stick around. Of course, do not stick around. Plus, I'll probably close this and keep it open so I can see what comments if anybody came from the other 5 platforms. But anyway, so that's it. Goodbye. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't talk too long. I've talked a lot. 4 hours, 43 minutes, 15 seconds. So I walk through everything and I give you a countdown. So I have to hit end broadcast twice. So I'm going to hit end broadcast in 3, 2, 1. That's the first one. Now I'm going to hit the second button, end broadcast, in 3. Goodbye, y'all. 3. Thank you for everything you do. 3, 2,